So just give us a note as soon as we're ready to start.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Deepshika.
Good morning, ma'am. Dean sir. Dean sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Yes. वेबिनार कर रही हूँ बाद में बात करती हूँ।
Yes, sir. Dean sir. Hello.
सर कहाँ गए?
Hello,
हाँ,
Anil
हाँ,
ji.
Sir, with your permission, shall we start the session?
So we were supposed to start. We can start. Why not? We can start. I think it was 9:30 onwards or 10 o'clock.
9:30.
9:30 onwards. We were
Okay,
just
so
waiting
I mean,
for,
then it's okay. 9:40.
Yes, sir.
Professor Patnaik probably has not joined as yet, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to contact him.
Huh. Professor Patnaik has not joined as yet, I believe.
Yeah,
Should we wait for a couple of minutes for him?
we can wait. मैं एक बार दोबारा कॉल
Sure.
करती हूँ.
Anil sir?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sure.
Just a couple of minutes. Professor Patnaik might join in the meanwhile.
ठीक है, ठीक.
Sir's joining.
Acha, Patnaik sir is joining.
हाँ जी, he's joining. I think
That's
meanwhile
fine.
we can begin.
So, ma'am, shall we begin?
Yeah, please begin.
Good morning, everyone. Dean Professor Amarpal Singh Sir, Dr. Professor Deepshikha Agarwal ma'am, other faculty members, speakers and participants, a very warm welcome to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of University School of Law and Legal Studies, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University for today's webinar on social, legal and historical perspectives on the status of denotified, nomadic and semi-nomadic communities in India. Let us invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati now. I call upon my students of USLLS for Saraswati Vandana.
या which led to some significant events which marked the 19th century. The empire decided that because the ruler did not
शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Now I request everyone to be ready for the national anthem. I call upon the students of USLLS to please play the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Down the ages, our society has condemned and alienated people who do not conform to its norms. The denotified tribes are such group of people who have been marginalized, ill-treated, disdained, and callously neglected by our society. During the British rule in India, the nomadic tribes were treated with a lot of suspicion as they indulged in ambulatory practices and were beyond the control of the administration, and the situation remains the same. Now I would call upon Professor Amarpal Singh Sir, Dean of the University School of Law and Legal Studies. He is a professor and Dean of USLLS. He has more than 20 years of research and working experience. He was a faculty member of Government Dungar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan. He was also at National Law University, Jodhpur, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia, National Law University, Lucknow, as a professor and head. He has had a number of publications to his credit. He is a life member of two professional bodies, Indian Law Institute and Indian Institute of Public Administration. His great area of specialization is constitutional law, environment law, and legal philosophy. Sir, I please invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Mannat, for elaborate introduction. Honorable Professor S.M. Patnaik, sir, President of Indian Anthropological Association, former Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, and Professor, Department of Anthropology, Delhi University. Today's keynote speaker, Professor Shiv Prasad Ram Bhatla, sir, Honorary Professor, University of Hyderabad, and another distinguished guest with us, Professor Kumkum Srivastav, my learned colleagues, Dr. Professor Deepshikha Agrawal, other learned colleagues with us, delegates in the conference, in this webinar, and student friends. It's a very special privilege for me to present this welcome address on the occasion of this national webinar on social, legal, and historical perspectives on the status of denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic communities in India. A webinar that is dedicated to the memory of Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastav sir, who himself had been a wonderful anthropologist and done tremendous service to the subject of anthropology and variety of areas of anthropology in India. I take this opportunity to welcome Professor Patnaik sir, who spared his valuable time to be with us this morning. I also welcome Professor Shib Prasad Rambhatla sir, who has spared some of his time to be with us this morning, and Professor Kumkum Srivastav as well, who is also part of the organizing team. I also take this opportunity to thank all organizers, including my learned colleague, Professor Deepshikha Agrawal, who had put in tremendous work for the purpose of organizing this webinar. In fact, I recall we had planned this webinar, I believe during May 2021, but for pandemic and other reasons, we had to postpone it. God's grace that we are here together and holding this webinar. I wish all the very best for all the delegates in this seminar and hope that something substantial shall come out of this brainstorming that is going to happen for the next 2 days. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mannat.
Now I would like to call Professor Dr. Deepshikha Agrawal, ma'am, to please say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Professor S.M. Patnaik sir, Professor Amarpal Singh sir, Professor Shiv Prasad, and Professor Kumkum Srivastav, and other participants who are there right now in this session. The idea of holding this seminar or webinar was conceived as a tribute to my favorite sir, Professor V.K. Srivastav. He was the one who introduced me to anthropology and created passion. When I see his name on the screen here, I feel very nostalgic, but who, in spite of them not being there physically, with us, he is there everywhere in our thought process. I have my PhD scholars who have, drawn a lot of support and academic link from him. So basically, as the director of Anthropological Survey of India, he was working of late on the denotified tribes. I think Anthropological Survey of India was given a project by Niti Aayog to do some survey on the denotified tribes and make an assessment about their status. So we thought of, we wanted to hold a webinar for his memory, and this was the best topic. So we thought of taking up this webinar. And apart from this, I would say that the situation of denotified tribes in the Indian context is very pathetic. They are, invisible citizens who do not have any citizenship rights because they do not have their Aadhaar card or the other identity papers, because of which they don't get the benefit of any program. So and they have no reference in the constitution where we find the term denotified tribe. So basically, in order to generate certain awareness about the denotified community, we thought that certain deliberation on the important issues of human rights, their condition, is important. So that's why we are holding this webinar. And through this webinar, we also hope to create a good publication from the papers that have come in this webinar. Though I won't say that it is the best webinar, but I think, it is different in the sense that we have been able to involve people from the denotified community who will be presenting their papers, and some of them are very active, for the issue of denotified tribes. So I just hope that we are able to pay a tribute to Professor V.K. Srivastava and bring out certain concrete, observations and make a report and send it to the relevant ministries so that we can make some mark. That is my whole humble submission. And I think with this, I will end. Thank you so much.
Now I would request Professor S.M. Patnaik, sir, for please giving a few words. He teaches anthropology and he was a former Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, Odisha. His return to Odisha after 36 years has brought out transformative changes in Utkal University, as most of us are aware. He is also a visiting professor at University of California, Berkeley. He has been advisor to Government of Nagaland on sustainable tourism development policy and have been a co-founder of Anthropology Without Borders. He has obtained his MPhil and PhD in the late 1980s and early 1990s. He is the founder of a chapter in India of Anthropology Without Borders. He has been the president of the Indian Anthropological Association, the chair of the Commission for Anthropology, Public Policy and Development Practice of the International Union of Anthropological and Ethnological Services. Sir, I please invite you to please say a few words.
Thank you. Honorable Dean, my esteemed colleague, Professor A.P. Singh, Professor Shiva Prasad, my senior colleague from the community of Anthropology, Professor Kumkum Srivastava, my esteemed colleague and representing Professor Vinay Srivastava's unfulfilled ideas. Professor Deepshikha Agarwal, my distinguished colleagues from IP University and all over India, dear students and distinguished delegates. The first thing which comes to my mind is an idea of path crossing. When important ideas get generated, only when we cross each other's path. And that is something which has been missing in social sciences. And this conference, conceived by the scholars of IP University, and I know Professor Deepshikha has taken a leading role, and she has always been telling that the kind of support, the kind of encouragement which she receives from our Honorable Dean, Honorable Vice Chancellor of IP University, and the administration. It's amazing to know that how social science can march ahead. Here we are talking of a very important idea, a very central idea, which concerns the entire nation. An idea where at some point of time, the colonial rulers stigmatized and called certain group of people as criminal communities. They were to report the district magistrate and record their presence every month, without which criminal proceedings could have been initiated against them. And at present, we have more than 198 groups of denotified tribes, erstwhile criminal tribes. And this denotification or Vimuktikaran came only after the independence took. Great amount of history and historical narratives are contained when this Criminal Tribes Act was enacted in 1871. The year of birth of great anthropologist Rai Bahadur Sarat Chandra Roy, who was a lawyer, and he gave up his practice to start working for the tribes, documenting their chronicles of oppression, connecting to the policymakers. And that has been an effort which Roy started long ago in early 1900 and fought against the social stigmatization. They were highly unorganized tribals, scattered and utterly non-existent in the national thinking of the country before independence. It comes to my mind, many anthropologists, P.K. Bhomik and several other anthropologists, Professor Shivakumar is there, he would enlighten us on the entire history. I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg. The whole community of denotified and semi-nomadic tribes, nomadic tribes, which came up in 1949, soon followed with the Act of Habitual Offenders Act, 1950s, 52. And then it was only in 2007 that the United Nations felt that such acts should be repealed. And 2008, when the National Commission for Denotified, Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes came up, where Professor Shivakumar is an honorable member, and the chairperson, Reneke, has also kindly consented to be a part of this conference. So many interesting personnels and many interesting stakeholders, many significant stakeholders are brought together by the University of Indraprasth together, where people from the denotified communities are presenting their point of view, anthropologists are presenting their point of view, the legal experts are examining the nuances of the law and their connectivity with the society. I would call this seminar truly on an unconventional platform. And it is taking the legal studies, the social sciences, anthropological inquiry on an unconventional platform and holding promises and making a historical step. My congratulations to the university. My congratulations to the organizers of the conference. We all claim that we are social scientists or we are academicians. And we think that the responsibility lies only with the state and not with us. And that's a skewed understanding of social science. And this skewed understanding of social sciences should be transcended and should be overcome. Everyone should contribute in its own way, in a very significant way, following this great epic of Ramayana, where the squirrel is contributing to the building of the Ram Setu. Every one of us should feel committed to this. And that is how, when we occupy different chairs, when we occupy different positions of scholarship, we forget our responsibility. But here is a man, Professor Vinay Srivastava, who never forgot this responsibility of contributing something which can influence the policymakers, which can influence the decision makers, and which can really carve out the pathways of handling or managing or negotiating or being with the denotified communities, at least listening to their voices. Professor Srivastava had worked on Raikas and nomadic community. He understands what is the essence or empathy of being with the nomadic community. How they should feel rooted when they are rootless themselves. This kind of liminality, which is so central to social science literature, both in law, in anthropology, in sociology, and in social work. Liminality is a very central concept. You may be fighting a court case, but unless you are convicted, you are not a criminal. You may be pursuing a journey, but unless you are connected to the environment, you are not a part of that habitat. And this whole idea has been providing a very good anthropological lens to examine the Criminal Tribes Act, the Habitual Offenders Act, and also the various committees that have examined such kind of provisions for a particular group of people. I feel that this 2 days of deliberations will open up new terrains for the social sciences, and we are really moving towards what I would call a socially responsible social science. And unless we move towards a socially responsible social science, the academics, which the new education policy envisions, the new education policy tries to imagine that how different dots of the society are connected. The social scientists are connected with the policymakers, the students are connected with the community, the entire community of higher education is connected with the environment, with the villages, and that is where the real future of India lies. And I'm really grateful that the future of social science is in safe hands like Deepshikha and all of you, because in spite of so many adversities, which I know that they have faced in their personal life, they are still going ahead with such a kind of seminar. All my congratulations and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such an inspirational and motivational speech, sir. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Siva Prasad Ram Bhatla, sir. Sir is an honorary professor. He has an e-learning center, formerly professor of anthropology of University of Hyderabad. He was former head of Department of Anthropology, University of Hyderabad, Professor RBI Chair and Officiating Director. I please call upon sir for you to say some words.
Thank you very much. I deem it as an honor for me to present or give a keynote address on, because I am titling it as Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, Past and Present. I am grateful to the organizers, especially Professor Deepshikha, Professor Amarpal Singh, and other colleagues. It is also an occasion where I must pay my homage to Professor Vinay Srivastava, my late and one of my very good friends. And though I miss him today, I feel that he is sitting there and listening, because he's always he used to tell me, Shiva, I want you to do this, I want you to do that. And he was always there for me. And I wanted to pay my homage to him before I start this address. First of all, it was in 2007 when I joined the Renke Commission as a consultant, because I was asked to be research director, but I said no, I cannot. Then I was made as a consultant, and that was the time first person I thought of was Professor Vinay, because of his work among the Raika Rabaris. In fact, his field work was a seminal field work, and I also I felt that was the time also when he asked me to write something on Indian tribes, especially what ails Indian anthropology, and also about the definition of definitional issues of Indian tribes. That was when I dragged him into the commission, Renke Commission. That in fact he was I'm grateful to him because he's accepted my request, and Mr. Renke and others also welcomed him because he is an asset. And that's how when he joined, my specific interest in Professor Vinay to get into this commission's report writing was, he was very good in his focus on the way one need to define. And in fact, we were discussing that most of the problems that arise in defining or in including the communities into these, the constitutional kind of categories are the definitional problems. Even now we have no proper definition of, except for a few lines that are mentioned. That's also because of later commission's suggestions. The definition of tribe is very vague. It is not defined in Constitution clearly. Same is the case with even the scheduled castes. And these have created a lot of course, it is also a boon for many other politicians because they can exclude and include anybody, because if there are larger number of people, they can bring them into the communities. In fact, these are the issues we were concerned, and then Professor Vinay agreed to write on this, and this is the key aspect that he dealt with in the report. And the commission at the time was very impressed with his, in dealing with the subject of defining, because it was a very delicate matter, but he dealt with it very beautifully. And he was also involved in editing and writing the report. And I was, extremely lucky to have his help at that time. And it is also a kind of a boon to the DNT, NT, and SNT communities, because such a scholar, such a committed person has taken up the task, and because he was so, empathetic with the cause of the people. So this is also because he was also associated with Idate Commission later. We were both involved in them. Both the commissions have very significant contribution to make to the DNT, NT, and SNT communities' welfare. And another important aspect that I must mention here is this, when he took up the directorship of Anthropology of India, in fact, he had requested me that he wanted me to be one of the members of the committee, and which I agreed. And then later he said, I am starting on the lines of Peoples of India on the DNT, NT, and SNT communities. And that was, I think, kind of a thing that no one ever thought of these communities, except there are few scholars who have made studies. And now we have a number of studies made by scholars. In fact, the presentations were made in December first week. That was when on second, when he was to join on first, and somehow we lost him. And it is not only loss for the academia, and that is all social sciences and even some of the physical and other sciences. And it's also a big loss to the communities. I would call it as a loss to humanity. So with this homage to Professor Srivastava, I start my keynote address on the topic. I would touch upon a few aspects because it's very difficult for me to cover the whole gamut of issues. But I touch upon, I am sure they will be taken up during today and tomorrow's discussions and also on the panel discussion. I would be briefly touching upon the historical background, the kind of the background also involves the experiences of the Roma or the so-called gypsies, because it's actually a hide word. It was Egyptians became gypsies, which is actually used more as a derivative. But the Roma is also not acceptable, and they are known by different names. That also I wanted to just touch upon how there is a prelude to the kind of declaring the many of the nomadic communities as criminal tribes, how this has come. And I also would like to talk about some of the socio-cultural aspects briefly, and the policies, laws, enactments, and programs of the government of India or the state governments. Briefly, I'll touch upon. And what is the kind of relationship between the state and the DNT, NNT, and the SNT communities? And what is the relationship of these communities with the mainstream communities? And what has brought the kind of conflict amongst the harmoniously living communities? And what are the problems encountered by the communities? And what is that we can do? This is what I briefly would like to talk on that. In fact, if you look at the whole set of things, many of the communities who are nomadic or who are, in fact, the denotified included also some of the sedentary communities, because all of them who were fighting against the colonial administration, they were put under the act after the act was promulgated, with a very funny idea that by birth one becomes a criminal, because it's like any occupation, which is a very strange idea, which is, of course, it is not something that has come here. It has been adopted from the experience in the Europe after the Roma have migrated from India in 1000 AD. It is established now linguistically, genetically, and otherwise that the Roma are the people who migrated here. Similar kind of occupation, similar kind of things. I have written a piece on this, Roma, the Nomads of India, in a book, pictorial book published by Christine Tatnod. It's called The Dignity of the Gypsies, published by Hattis Kanz Verlag GmbH in Germany. And there are two, myself and another set of scholars from anthropologists again have also written, and it is a beautiful work, and there I try to link how these are related. In fact, many of these communities which are independent, actually historically when you look at them, they're independent loving, and they never were under anybody's tutelage, and they eked out their own livelihoods. They never depended on the state for their livelihoods or for their in fact, many of them are service communities, many of them are pastorals, many of them are mendicants. There are varieties of this thing. In fact, it is like a mosaic, and the cultural mosaic, the country that boasts of multiculturalism, multilingualism, it is these communities which have been responsible for most of it. And many of them are, they speak more than 2-3 languages. And interesting part is that they are a very important part of the socio-cultural and economic life of both rural and urban India in the past, and even today that is so. And they come from diverse linguistic, religious, cultural, and socio-economic backgrounds. And that is where I call them as a cultural mosaic with rich traditions that they brought in. You name whether they're artists, sculptors, or singers, the Manganiyars and others, we know there are quite a few. Similarly, animal, entertainers, or many other things. And so, what we need to understand when we talk about these communities is we need to understand the factors how these communities, what are the factors that led these communities to be denigrated, devalued, and totally marginalized. In fact, denying them all their rights of existence. And we also need to understand the historical processes of socioeconomic development, which led to the marginalization and also which led to the historical injustice done to these communities. And we also need to look at how one can set right the human rights violations perpetrated on many of these communities by the state machinery and the society at large. So what we need to do with it, because it is the social responsibility of every citizen to do something in order to give them back their dignity to live with honor. So today, what we need is we need to critically review our legal frameworks. We need to critically review our policies and programs of development and the implications of these for the vast mass of denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic communities in India. We need to look into diverse kinds of educational, welfare, and development programs. In fact, our educational models are only for the sedentary population, not for the migratory populations. In fact, in one of the conferences when during the commission's time, national open education, this thing when NIO, National Institute of Open Education, NIOE, they have conducted a seminar in which myself, Mr. Venke and others, we went there. I asked them only one question. Of course, it is in collaboration with some British and other organizations. I said, do you have any kind of models where the migrants, children of migrants can be taught without a break in the system of education? They said no. That means there is something that we need to also think in that terms. And that's where I'm trying to address on these issues of diverse kinds of educational models, diverse types of welfare and development programs, because many of the programs do not suit to these communities. In fact, all these have to be in tune with the socio-cultural strengths and socio-cultural dynamics of these communities. So what we need is, we need to link many of these with the livelihood pursuits and the needs of these communities, because it is a means by which they can live on their own without any help from outside, which they were doing in the past. So the strengths of these communities need to be harnessed. I would call it as in multifarious ways, sorry. Like in the area of arts, in the area of sports, in the area of livestock breeding, they are excellent breeders, excellent veterinarians. In fact, they have veterinary knowledge, ethno-veterinary knowledge, ethnobiological or ethno-zoological, botanical and other knowledges. They're excellent, ethnomedicine and all that. And they are also excellent entertainers, gymnasts, many, you name anything. In all these areas, whether livestock breeding, ethnomedicine, and all these areas, or sports, or arts, sculpting, and all this. In all this, I think we must bring the systems of education, systems of developmental programs linking to these strengths of these communities. And that's broadly what I think it is the responsibility of us to look at. And if we look at the communities from a historical perspective, basically they are a sedentary community. There are non-sedentary communities, and but they have regular links and relationships with the settled communities like the agriculturalists, peasants, rural cultivators, and others. And they, in fact, if you look at the pastoral communities, they they keep migrating while the cattle they take and then graze them, and then they are welcomed by the peasants, because they when they are penned in their in the fields, they provide them some organic manure or in terms of even liquid manure, and they are paid for each cattle. I used to see it even in my childhood, and I made a study on the Konars of Tamil Nadu, where they in fact their migratory routes in fact start from end of one side to other side. Similarly, we have the Gujars right from undivided India. If you look at right from Balochistan, from those areas up to borders of Adilabad, they used to come. So these communities were never claiming any territory, any property of anybody else, but helping everybody and migrating to different places, and they carry a rich knowledge of many regions. In fact, not only the natural knowledge regarding natural resources, but even the political and other dynamics, they are very much part of it. They used to be negotiating with the many of the kings and others. They were acting as ambassadors of many things. In fact, there are historical evidence for all that. But what happened was the British or the colonial administrator, till that time it was not completely this thing, because after 1857 War of Independence, and when the Criminal Tribes Act was passed in 1872, I think simultaneously that was also the time when we have our Forest Act was also brought in, and very interesting kind of parallels there all. And this act, which was called, later amended also, the Criminal Tribes Act of 1872, of course it is only after independence in 1952, after Iyengar Commission's report, it was repealed. But then there are also other kinds of issues, though it is repealed by name, but there are many other problems. In fact, there are also before this 1949, and around that time there are Madras Presidency as well as Bombay Presidency removed these tags, and the kind of there were many other historical factors that one can look into. So what is significant of this 1872 Criminal Tribes Act is there is a theory proposed by them is that some groups or communities are criminal by birth because that is an occupation pursued by these communities. And as they thought that in India, every community has an occupational background or inheritance. And this is a very, kind of a theory. That is the case that we should say the British were criminals by their birth when they landed here, because the same logic. And in fact, this is, how did this come? If you find this, the parallels of this with the experiences, the kind of sufferings of the Roma, because the Roma are like our current day DNT, NT, and SNT communities. And Roma and also the Indian nomadic communities still undergo the same indignities, still indignities in the hands of the wider society and the state machinery. This is true all over. In fact, in one of the conferences of my for a British council, when we were doing a project for European Commission, and he was a German who was actually European Commission's one of the high-ranking officials in that. We were discussing, he said, it's very interesting, but he said they're a nuisance. It is a problem for all of us. This is the mindset of the Europeans. And that is where what has happened was they, even today, because in fact, many of the Romas have merged with the local communities, but still they retain their communitarian and other kinds of things. In fact, they have a very interesting kind of this thing, because they all have their language is still linked to Indian language, or it is more established now. And how a community in 1000 AD migrated from India through current Afghanistan, Kandahar and those areas, and to Iran, and through Byzantine and to many other areas. In fact, I tracked part of this in the paper. And interesting was they went even to Americas. How a community who are largely illiterate but skilled or entertainers and all that. In fact, that is how even now in many places soothsaying and the jugglery or animal entertaining, all these are there. Like in fact, there are studies to show how some of our Indian communities are similar kind of occupations are there. They say that they are actually the offshoots of these communities. And there are many other kinds of understandings that is important for us to also understand, because the processes that have been unleashed here or similar, or the same experience they've had have been brought in here. And in fact, that is where you'll find the Roma, like our Indian nomadic communities, they are a mosaic of culture. And they have provided and even continue to provide number of services, like including entertainment. They are also very good singers, like many of the nomads in India. And they are musicians, excellent musicians. They are artists and whatever we have. And in fact, they are the ones who made the human societies appear more beautiful and diverse. Because the sedentary, because Europeans always think that, including I put British also under that, they think that any nomadism is very very low level of economy. In fact, they don't understand what an economy is. If one would have sustained the economy of the pastoralists, I don't think Denmark or anybody else would have been anywhere around to India or Asian countries. And they have destroyed many of them and then made them sedentarized. What happened to that? It is adverse effect on the pasture lands, on many other areas. And in fact, what we learn from this experience of the Romas and other things is that they, in both, they were the ones who conserved the cultural diversity and which enabled our cultures to be very rich cultures. So what we need is, we need to preserve and celebrate this rich cultural and social diversity. This is part of the historical responsibility on us. This will also enable us or ensure us the cultural, social, and economic rights to these communities. And therefore, it is, in fact, I would cite a small quotation here by Dimitrina Petrova, who has studied, she has cited very interestingly, which is also true in the case of Indian DNT and TNSNT communities, is that they never attempted to establish statehood in Europe and are believed to have no territorial aspirations, which is exactly the same thing. None of these communities have any territorial aspirations. None of these communities have any kind of attitude to establish a statehood. And in other words, we find these are the communities never dependent on anybody, without harming the nature, without harming any political structures. They traversed and then lived and enriched the whole of the places or the regions that they went to, and brought in wide culture. That's it's in fact, they are the kinds of ambassadors of culture everywhere. And this is why the British in particular, as I mentioned, and the Europeans in general, always suspected people who are nomadic. And they considered the livelihood pursuits of these as regressive. And they also thought that the livelihood forms like pastoralism, entertainment, etc. are inferior and unproductive. And they branded wandering mendicants and some of the peripatetic communities as beggars and alms-seeking people, which they are not. In fact, if you look at before the British arrived, there's no word called beggar in Indian culture. Each one is a kind of an occupant. In fact, I still remember when during my childhood, one of my cousins' agricultural land, when they were harvesting, there's one of the old peasants who was like a, we always used to call him as Tata, our grandfather. And during that harvesting time, some people I've never seen, they came and asked for their share. I asked the old man, a fictitious or a fictive grandfather to me. I asked him, Tata, why are you giving this? We have never seen it. He said, no. They always come and pray for our crops and for our welfare. They are our well-wishers. They come once in a while and sing the praise in praise of Lord and then wishing all of us. So we need to give them. See the logic at the time. I'm talking about, it was in late 60s, early 70s. That attitude was there with many of the rural communities, and they are never considered as beggars. In fact, if that is the case, we must say most of the earlier Brahmins were beggars. alms seeking is not begging. I think we must remember in the Indian culture it was never there. And that is where we find further another interesting thing that happened during the British rule, as is the case also elsewhere, whether in Latin America or in Africa and other places. They brought in the ideas of quote unquote public interest under the eminent domain principle. They wanted to bring in the resources of all these communities as a public property by enacting different laws. So by bringing in all those laws, the resources of the people were taken over, they were very rich, and the forests were lush green at that time. And if you look at the One Gujars, when they lopped the trees, that it was healthy for the trees. And these fellows thought that the foresters who were trained by the headless forestry trainers of the Europe. In fact, one of the South African foresters has demonstrated that animals and people are important for the growth of the forest. And these were the kinds of things that were removed from the forest. In fact, many of them depended on forests, depended on village common pool resources, and many of them overnight became illegal occupants in many of these areas because of the enactment of laws. That is how you will find the 1878, this is 1872 Criminal Act and 1878 Forest Act, Indian Forest Act, and also, of course, in the independent India, we have enacted Wildlife Protection Act without even taking into consideration the communities who were living on these animals, because they were using them as entertainers, but they were never, in fact, because of them, the animals at least had food and survived. In fact, I have read long back in somewhere around first part of 1990s in Odisha, in Kangan, Nandankanan Zoo, when a bear dancer was arrested and the bear was handed over to the zoo. And they found that after some time, because he said illegally he was owning that animal. For 1 week, the animal did not touch food. And the zookeeper, he said, "Sir, let us bring that fellow." He was in jail. Let us bring that fellow. It might eat. When he came, the bear hugged him and ate food. Now, who is against the animals? Are we against the animals? Or these people who are living in harmony with the animals and the forest are against this? This mindset has to change. And by these legal acts, like 1972 Wildlife Protection Act or Conservation Act, I don't know what conservation we are talking about. Without involving people, you cannot conserve. And these are the people who conserved for centuries. So now by this, what happened was they lost all the means of their livelihoods and became resourceless and homeless. Because earlier they used to migrate to places. Now they wanted to sedentarize them. Now we look at the Todas, look at the Nilgiris. No longer you find the migrating Todas. No longer you find the kind of harmonious living with the Badagas and others. Many of these kind of things are demolished. So what we find is, I would always say these communities have been continuously haunted and hunted. And the situation is no different even today. So British rule has also influenced, this is another important thing that we must remember, it has also influenced the psyche of many members of the civil society. That even continues to trouble us even today. They were never considered as an outsiders. They were welcomed always in the villages. After the British enactment of Criminal Tribes Act, they propagated a kind of theory that these are all criminals, they are thugs and all that. And they started stigmatizing them, and even the civil societies started dissociating with them. So they are stigmatized and became unwanted and unwelcome in the villages, even in urban areas. In fact, the police even today say that don't allow any of these people. They can be daytime, they will come, nighttime, they will do this. In fact, during commission time, I had a lot of episodes. I had argued with some of the police personnel in different states, and their mindsets are like that. Even police manuals still teach that how they should treat these communities and be careful about all that. They have to go, many of these communities have to go and report in the police stations. Very pathetic kind of thing. So what we find is that partition of the country has also severely affected many of these communities. In fact, when I had been to Islamabad thrice, and in fact, 2007, actually, Professor Vinay, also we had a discussion. He said, Shiva, I also want to go. Then he wrote something because the date was over or something. Somehow it could not get through. Otherwise, we both would have been there. And interesting thing that time was they started, when I was presenting any of these things, many of the Baluchis are even in many parts of other parts of Pakistan. They said, I think we must work on these things, and it's very interesting. I said, unfortunately, we cannot work together. This is what the British have made us, and also the Americans have made us, not to come together. This is unfortunate. And today, that helps our political spectrum also. Anyway, let me not diverge. So what happened was, many of these communities are more severely affected. And because they were not having any territorial rights, they were having their customary and cultural rights, which were completely annulled. So the commissions and committees that have been constituted in independent India to review the situation of SCs, STs, and later the OBC communities, almost all of them have reflected on the conditions of the DNT centers and SNTs. And I will take another 10 minutes. Is it okay? Or 5 minutes I'll wind up, because the other part I should not cut into the time of ours. So what we find is most of them, as I mentioned, have wide variation, cultural variation. They have wide livelihood variations, wide variation in the knowledge systems, and also wide variation in the socio-cultural aspects. And they were the ones who were linking different cultural spectrums through their migrations or through their nomadic life. So the peripatetic, you find even today, are soothsayers, mendicants, jugglers, acrobats, entertainers, artisans, craftsmen, you name any, they're all there. And most of them have their, this is another important aspect, is that they have their community-based councils that basically cater to diverse needs of the community members, including in their dispute resolutions. In fact, in the Commission's report, we were originally supposed to have a chapter on the dispute resolutions and on that aspect. And since I worked on this much earlier on the tribes in the scheduled areas of Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, then combined Andhra Pradesh and combined Madhya Pradesh, and which are now 5 states. Because of that, I said, he asked, in fact, Professor Vinay asked me, Shiva, you must write on this. I wrote on that. And he has edited it. But last minute, they said, no, it becomes unnecessarily controversial. Let us not keep it. So that is kept out. And then, of course, Vinay asked me, you write it, you send it to journal, we'll publish it. Somehow I couldn't take it up. Maybe I must do it in his honor. And so most of them have this community councils. In fact, what is important for us to understand is, like many of our indigenous communities, they are communitarian, not individual-centric. Ideologically different from the kinds of programs and other things that are being undertaken today. So the government policies, the laws and enactments, if you look at it, largely ignore these communities because they are nomadic. They don't have address, they don't have any settlement. And most of these programs and policies only concentrate on the sedentary communities, or they are trying to sedentarize these communities. That means you are sedentarizing without taking note of their diverse, knowledge systems, diverse livelihood systems. That means we are making them to become mono cultural, mono single kind of livelihoods. Everybody should become agriculturalists, everybody should become this, which is ridiculous. The diverse livelihoods also are important in an economic sense, but that our planning system are things which have inherited, or even the laws which have inherited from the British, we still continue in the same mold. So the most of the policies of the governments have not addressed to the basic problems which are encountered by these communities that are distinctly different from the mainstream communities. We must remember this, because changes that have come about due to the economic liberalization or changes that have come about since India's independence have been responsible for dispossession of these communities. They lost their livelihoods very severely, affected their livelihoods very severely. Another aspect that threatened their identity is the loss of languages. Many of them have, because our census policy is that if any community is less than 10,000 is never recorded. And that is unfortunate kind of thing, because because about 90 languages which belong to the indigenous communities, including the nomadic and semi-nomadic communities, are virtually lost, are endangered. And what is threatening is their identity. Threatening identity is loss of livelihoods, loss of languages, loss of knowledge, loss of disappearing resources, and whatever you name that. So natural calamities and disasters have also impacted many of these communities. Recent COVID has severely dented the conditions of this community. In fact, their livelihoods, if they are entertainers, they have no job. And in fact, we find many of them are become migrant laborers, and many of them lost their livelihoods, have lost their even their conditions were very precarious. And in fact, what is also important is that why the communities which are independent, loving, and etc. became overnight criminals, branded as criminals by the laws, by the British, and even post-British laws, because laws relating to the forest, laws relating to the wildlife, laws related to animal keeping, or many of them have deprived these communities the basic needs of their life and livelihood. Many of them are divorced from their livelihood having resources. And in case of DNTs, they still suffer the stigma and face harassment from the law enforcing machinery of the government. The Habitual Offenders Act 1959 put them under the scanner of the police even to this day. In fact, you have taken out from one hand and given in from another hand, which is absolutely sad. So what is the condition of them today? The existing condition, I'm broadly trying to reflect on that. Quite a few of them are included in under SCs, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and the other backward communities categories. But a few of them, apart from this, a few of them are still outside the pale of many of these constitutional categories. Even those who are included in those categories, we must understand, do they really benefit from the constitutional provisions? Because many of them are not suitable to their traditional livelihood, traditional knowledge system, traditional resources base. Because it's I always say that when you have resource, when you have knowledge, your livelihoods are secure. When your resource is not there, your knowledge is useless because that is not applicable, and livelihood becomes absolutely useless because you have no livelihood. And this is exactly what has happened to them. So today most of them are still addressless because they don't have a place to settle down. There are no because the villages they don't allow, and the governments give only to the others, not to these communities, because they don't make a big chunk. Only the big groups amongst them who make a political this thing, they are important, but not others. And they don't have identity cards, etc. Many of the things. So they cannot establish, if you ask them, they cannot establish their identity as citizens. You can brand them as Pakistanis, you can brand them as Bangladeshis, you can name anything because they don't have a proof. And so what is the way out? I would like to end up with this. We need to rethink of different alternative models of decentralized development, decentralized governance, decentralized polity, decentralized justice. Because they, you see, I am told, I've read when I wrote in the report also, in Canada, where the customary law prevails, the statutory law takes a backseat. And because statutory law comes out of customary law is more important. These people have customary laws. So the alternative dispute resolutions, ADRs they're called, they should be, they should accommodate these ideas of decentralized justice. We had Nyayapalikas and others earlier, Nyay Panchayats and all that, but of course they're all abandoned. So we need to think of different patterns of livelihoods. We also need to look at the models of education, which should be more feasible for these communities to get educated. And that means we need to, the models need to take cognizance of their skills, their knowledge systems, and their respective fields. So another aspect, important aspect, is we need to sensitize the police, forest, and other line department personnel on issues relating to the DNTs, NTs, and SNTs. So police training manuals and training methods need to be restructured. It's also the same with our legal structures, legal teaching, and structured in such a way that these we restructured in such a way that these the issues relating to these marginal communities are taken note of, so that tomorrow they are back into the original positions that they were in, and as they were independent and have the dignity to live with. This is what I want to suggest. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an emotional tribute to sir and an interesting and informative speech. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon Mrs. Kumkum Srivastava, medical doctor, pediatrician, expert with 39 years of experience in the neonatal and child health services, child development of PIPs, and facilitating implementation. She has an experience of over 25
This is a
years in the development
wrong
of
CV.
This is not the one.
This
I'm
is
not
a-
the one.
Hello, Mannat.
No issues, no issues.
I think Sumedra can say 2 words.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mannat.
Sumedra.
Generally when you do Google search, and when even if we search the right kind of person like me, my CV appears too archaic, too distant, with whom we generally don't connect. But that's not the issue. We have not done anything wrong. I think Professor Kumkum Srivastav has been the best example of interdisciplinarity in social sciences. He has been teaching history with a PhD in anthropology on Sufism and Sufi antinomies. So she has worked in the field of historiography, field of aesthetics, field of ethnography, and an embodiment of most of the social science perspective which we are talking of. And she's also the better half of, Professor Srivastav also taught me, Vinay Srivastav also taught me. She has also been the better half of Professor Vinay Srivastav, and very well recognized as a good colleague among the scholars of Delhi University. And I'm very glad that she has taken out some time to talk about this whole mission of Professor Srivastav, who was executing it as Director Anthropological Survey of India. So here is a lady who has traveled various terrains of social sciences and have been with the best of anthropological mind in terms of.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sven, for such a beautiful, very personal, informal introduction. Thank you very much. If you're comparing my biodata with the biodata of Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastav, which runs in 2 volumes, I'm sorry, mine will just fit into a few words. And those words are that I soaked in anthropology. Because I was married to the anthropologist. I was married to somebody who was regarded as an encyclopedia of anthropology. When I was almost denied admission to MPhil at the University Department of Anthropology, they asked me what I knew about anthropology. And I laughingly said, I married anthropology. So I didn't really need to read texts. I did not really need to read and study or do 5 years of anthropology to be considered for an MPhil. And it proved true, because whatever I know about these denotified tribes or nomadic, semi-nomadic groups is because of Professor Srivastav sharing all the information with me. In fact, he was so passionate about the nomadic communities. He was so involved with them that he spent almost 8 years among Saraika Rabari communities, traveling from Ranakpur Sadri to Gardewala to Bikaner, Jaisalmer, and all these various areas. He spent so much time away from home that I and my family laughingly used to say, do you have another household amongst the nomads? Is there that they are so special to you that you can leave your family for years together, for months together? And he said, yes, because that's they are a part of my family. This is the passion that he had for them. And he hated the word tribes. He said, no, they should be called community. you know, because tribal is a colonial connotation, was not very readily acceptable to him. And he also, as Sumen Patai pointed out, that it was not, he said, please remember that it is not about us and them. It is not about we and them. It is about us. So the study, it was not the study that he carried out in 2018 when he joined as director. And after he carried out in the Andaman Islands, he carried them out in the Sentinelese, you know, when that whole incident of a Sentinelese, the American Chinese citizen being killed, he was deeply involved in the ethics of studying, whether it was denotified tribes or it was studying the nomads and the semi-nomadic. You know, he was very, very much concerned with the ethicality of it all. And especially about depiction of these communities and how they are depicted. And in fact, the textbooks, the reports, the writings that most people, you know, not anthropologists or not who are involved in them, those who read are not the real thing. It's not reality that they are reading. It's a figment of the writer's imagination. It is almost fictionalized. And thus, you know, he would often quote Mark Twain by saying, be careful about reading health books. You can die of a misprint. So similarly, he used to say that, please, we anthropologists, we sociologists, we concerned people, when just go into the field, speak about them. You are their voice, and speak about them, and your writing will not be confined, you know, to the ivory tower of academia. It should reach out to a larger audience, a greater number of people. And he said, I would want to bring about a revolution in the kind of writing we engage in. And the idea is to build a treasure trove of information. And recently, you know, when he was very perturbed about the kind of depiction of the Banjaras or the tribals or the, you know, in Bollywood films. In fact, he told me that, you know, earlier in films like Nagin and Madhumati, the tribals there used to be a tribal number, you know, like a dance, song and dance is very, very important in a film. And he said in Bollywood films, there used to be a tribal number. Whether it was, you know, in Nagin, Mera Bandole, Mera Tandole, sung by Vajanti Mala, and she's a snake charmer, you know, belonging to the snake charmer community. And then we had a horrible depiction of the kind of costumes that they wear, you know, the skin, leather or leopard skin or something, and those chunky jewelry and feathered headdress or furry, you know, clothes. And the women were depicted as wearing a short skirt or a sari with a blouse-less, you know. And so these were just item numbers, you know, and tribal numbers. And you had indistinct gibberish being passed on as their language. And they had their own dialect, you know, they have their own language, their own culture. And yet, I remember him being aghast at listening to a number, you know, which depicted the tribals in all sorts of animal postures and singing something like Jingalalahu, Jingalalahu. I mean, these words didn't make any sense. Which tribe did they belong to? Which denotified community did they belong to? Which nomads were these Banjarans depicted in films? Where did they come from? You will see Jaya Bachchan, in a film called Zanjeer, sharpening knives. And you have in Sita and Gita is the Banjaran, and wearing a short skirt and all sorts of, and almost being depicted as not being naive, but being quite clever enough to make the hero fall in love with her. So this, and then we have other depictions also, and then the Raj Kapoor's depiction of, Zeenat Aman is a tribal in Satyam Shivam Sundaram, and she has a beautiful voice, but the sartorial, the attire that she's wearing, is not at all true to reality. So this is what Professor Srivastava wanted to point out, that let us depict them, let us show them, let us go and as Professor Patnaik also used the word of Max Weber said, we have not to have sympathy for them. We don't have to feel for them, we have to feel with them. So when this whole exercise of studying 80 communities was denotified tribes was carried out, and I heard 3 recordings given to me by one of the assistant anthropologists, Priyanka Irie, and I heard Professor Srivastava speaking at this workshop, telling them what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to study. And he said, I do not want to know. Go inside, go deep into their psyche, find out about their livelihood, find out about their the type of houses they live in, find out about the education, find out about the work that women and children do, find out about their problems, and how we can ameliorate their social and economic conditions, how we can ameliorate, the mental trauma that they are going under and being cast as, even now, as criminal tribes. In fact, one of the reports showed that the Samsis, though they are, denotified and now they are no longer considered criminal, and but yet, even after more than 150 years, of this and 75 years of our independence, they do not consider themselves to be totally free. They said, we have not got, India might have got independence, but we have not got Purn Swaraj. And whenever a crime is committed, even now, the finger of suspicion points to these tribes. Finger of suspicion points to these households. And another question that Professor Srivastava was very concerned about, and he would often, ask these people, do they know that they are Vimukta Jati? Do they themselves know this? Do they realize that this terminology given to them of denotified tribes or Vimukta Jati in Hindi, do they know what it means? And the answer came out, no. In spite, because they have not been considered equal, because they have not been brought into the mainstream. And in the introduction to the book, which was launched after he passed away, in the introduction, which I read very closely, in the book India's Tribes, Unfolding Realities, he unfolded another reality. And this reality was that they are not, that the policy makers should consult them when they are making policies for them. Because the denotified tribes are not a homogeneous community. They are heterogeneous with various diverse, landscapes that they are living in. Their geographical location is different. Their cultures are different. Their linguistic patterns are different. Their sartorial, appearances, what they wear is different. Their means of livelihood are different. Some are artists and performers. Some are acrobats, jugglers. some are into weaving, you know, and some are making mats, some are into salt trading. And all these diverse means of livelihood have to be taken separately. Each community has to be taken separately. You cannot impose a policy on them without making them sit across the table, without making them a part of this. Even Professor Mohanty had mentioned that the policy makers have to sit down with them across the table, find out what their problems are, and then deal with that according to their needs, according to and you know, you can't have a tribal reform, or you can't reform them you have to take them up one by one, deal with them, and he always said that it was not Ranajit Guha, the historian, you know, who first thought about writing history from below. He said it was the anthropologist and the sociologist. In fact, Veena Das said that the anthropologists and social scientists, you know, I mean, the sociologists had actually, studied history from below, because they were talking about the grassroots. They were going into the field. They were not armchair anthropologists. These field workers, they were, going right into living for many, many months and many, many years with these people, trying to find out, what the reality was at the grassroots level. So he was very much in favor of history from below. I mean, studying these people rather than imposing, find out what they would like, instead of forcing them to change a particular ritual or a custom or a practice, which was probably not civilized enough, not urban enough, not modern enough, not for the so-called civilized community. But what is good for them, what they should weed out, what they should keep, should be the decision of them, these communities themselves. No kind of submission of report, whether it was a Ranke or the Hidate and 2014, and what has been done? Why was there a need for Niti Aayog to have another study, another report, of all these 80 de-notified tribes? 48 reports have already come in. And because unless they themselves are not participants, unless they themselves are not part of this entire policy decision making, they have to decide how they're going to join the mainstream. You cannot force them into it. And another issue which troubled him deeply, the whole of last year and the year before was flooded with news items about the condition of the semi-nomadic and the nomadic communities during COVID times. And we had a report, every day. In fact, there was a news item just recently on the 26th of July 2021, which, had Professor Srivastava been alive, would have disturbed him greatly, would have troubled him no end, and he would have wanted to do something about it. And this is a report the Times of India of 26th July 2021, where the Lucknow NHRC, it says, Lucknow NHRC seeks government reply on non-issuance of caste certificates to 18 DNTs. In fact, the report says, the newspaper report says that the government misled the rights body on issuance of caste certificates to persons from 29 DNTs, as they said that after looking into the report, 18 were not included in the final list. And this was a complaint made by Mohit Tanwar, and he said they were not able to receive government benefits. Whether it was the Ujjwala Yojana, was providing gas cylinders to women free for the first 3 months and then on subsidy basis, or the other, and this news item also says that although these castes were denotified in 1962, and yet they were not in the final list. So they are, what is their identity? They don't exist. They have no identity. They have no Aadhaar card. They have no caste certificate. They have no ration card. They have nothing. And they have no means of livelihood. And the second report, which was, as you know, that Professor Srivastava worked and spoke and wrote, and we have lectures during the COVID times in 2020 where he extensively spoke on stigma. In fact, I have a picture of him speaking with Irving Goffman's book, Stigma, by his side. And this news item perturbed him greatly. Excessive criminalization has led to stigma of denotified tribes. Then the stigma, Shweta Barge, writes a book on the stigma and invisibility of denotified tribes in India. And she uses the word invisible. And still, after, they say that still after so many years of being the criminal tribes being denotified, and yet the stigma attaches to them. During the COVID times, right under the flyover of leading to a very famous flyover leading from Chirag, Delhi to Nehru Place, which is just across the road from where we live. So many times when we pass that by, Professor Srivastava would stop and ask the people living under the flyover which community they belong to. And more often than not, there were some nomadic community. And in fact, Gadia Lohar community, one of the a woman, she said that they had not eaten for many days because of nobody comes out because it was locked down. So they neither got money to buy food, nor did anyone give them because it was absolutely, locked down. And when they did try to enter a community kitchen for some food, they were shooed away. They were, they said that we are the ostracized community, and so this, the stigma, they say, is still attached to them. And they are considered thieves, that they would steal something or they would, take away, even steal food and or take away some valuable items, if they are made to work in their houses. And in fact, very recently, there were two women, who came begging outside the house. And she said that we were earlier working, we had to work as laborers in road, but now the contractor has said that first get your COVID shot and your vaccination, and only then we'll keep you, we'll employ you. So these matters of concern. She says, where do I get the Aadhaar card? Because to register for vaccination, we have to have an Aadhaar card. And where do I get them from? Where do I get these the documents? And regarding the children, who were there, I said, why are you not studying? So they said that, we were asked to fill a form. And when we wrote, and it had one column which said caste. And as soon as we wrote down our caste, whether it was Gadia Lohar or whether it was Sansi or, the other, or Masit or whatever, they immediately, put us away. They refused admission. We don't have any caste, other certificates to boot. So this caste column in the forms of educational institutions. So what do? We don't get any education. And in fact, very recently, where those who were working in factories, now these factories were shut down during the pandemic, this period, and even during the lockdown. And when they were, he said, even those jobs that we get, they ask us about our permanent residential address. And we have no permanent residential address. Even the semi-nomadic, we move, we perigenate, and then we just sit, build up tents wherever we can. And so we don't have a permanent address. So what do? We cannot get a job and so we are homeless, we are jobless, we are educationless, and our children therefore have to beg on the streets. Don't you see the little girl performing cartwheels at red lights? Don't you see little boys begging? And women from the Banjara community, or stuffing a pillow, a cushion, in their, in their stomachs, in their belly. And with that bulging belly, they go around asking people for money and food, and saying that, oh, they are in the last throes of labor pain, and they need to get to the hospital. Is this the condition of these tribes, the notified tribes? Is this the condition of the nomads and the semi-nomadic communities after so many years? This is their question. This is the plight that you have to talk about. This is the plight that we have to, their plights, the atrocities and violence against them are common. They are most marginalized, neglected, scattered, excluded communities. The development challenges of nomadic and denotified tribes of India, these have to be figured out. And, what are their rights? They are not, they are excluded. So how do you include them? And a study on their socioeconomic educational status reveals that these members are plagued by chronic poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, health complications, substandard living conditions, apart from being labeled as criminals. They face an identity crisis. They have the absence of statutory documents and therefore need special policies for their welfare and upliftment. So this is my humble submission, as Professor Srivastava used to say, that, he always ended his plea, ended his appeal, ended his lecture, ended his, whatever workshop he was addressing, he would end it by saying, this is my humble submission. Do something for them. Don't, say, Sarkar karegi. Don't say, koi aur karega. NGOs dekh rahe hain usko ya kuch. It is our responsibility as anthropologists. It is our responsibility as sociologists. It is our responsibility as social scientists. And it is our responsibility not to consider them as the other half of humanity, less than human. We have to reach out to them because they are a part of our country. They are part of us. They are part of our society. Let us not marginalize them. Let us bring them into our fold. This would have been Professor Srivastava's earnest request and concern and desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this amazing speech. I would like to now call upon Professor Dr. Anuj Kumar Vakshar to please give a vote of thanks.
Thanks, Mannat. It is a matter of great pride and solemn commitment of University School of Law and Legal Studies to host this national seminar on denotified and semi-notified nomadic tribes in honor of Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastava. Some of us who had the opportunity to attend classes, research methodology classes of Professor Srivastava, we know that he was a great teacher. I personally know that he used to enliven class with so many kinds of things that a class may have been scheduled for an hour. I remember one class at Terry being going on and on for 3 hours until it was lunchtime. Organizers had to say, and we used to say, no, we would still like, sir, to continue with this. After all, it was such a rare kind of class and so engaging class that we almost felt part of this. He was a great teacher indeed, a great researcher, and an institution, a jewel in the discipline of social sciences, particularly the discipline of anthropology. On behalf of the organizers, I take the opportunity to pay our obeisance to late Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastava this day. We are further very happy to have with us the better Professor Kumkum Srivastava, the better half of late Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastava. Ma'am, we are indeed honored by your gracious presence and your illuminating presence here today. Some of the emotional aspects, sentimental aspects that you have spoken of the connect between Professor Srivastava and discipline of social sciences, particularly anthropology, that will go a long way in laying the foundation for this particular webinar or national seminar, and also in our understanding of this subject called anthropology, particularly certain aspects of denotified tribe. Rather, I propose to end my lecture by saying that your statement, by repeating your statement, that we don't have to think for them, rather we have to think with them or feel with them.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that I was never the better half. I'm only basking in reflected glory. All this attention that you're giving me is because of him. So I'm only at the receiving end of all the platitudes and all the compliments that you're giving me. Thank you. But as I said, I'm nothing. And even today, he's blessing us from above with all this rain that we are having. And so it is, I wish I bless all of you, and I hope the seminar and other seminars and webinars, bring to light his concerns and his passion and his immense love for humanity. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Thanks, ma'am. This seminar was organized with the support and the patronage of our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma. I sincerely thank Professor Mahesh Verma for his gracious support and encouragement for organization of this kind of seminar. In our, university, we do not have a formal department of anthropology, but thanks to Professor Deepshikha Agarwal and some of a similar kind of colleague, our own Dean Professor Amarpal Singh, that off and on we have been engaging ourselves with this discipline. Today we had two esteemed speakers of the day. Often we used to hear their name through Professor Deepshikha Agarwal, one Professor Somendra Patnaik, and another Professor Siv Prasad Ram Bhatla Sahib. I personally had the opportunity to hear both of them for the first time, and I was extremely enlightened to see some of the perspectives relating to the denotified tribes and all. I, sir, sincerely thank both of you for your gracious and illuminating presence today. Then I put on record the support of our Dean, Professor Amarpal Singh, and the support of our worthy registrar, Sri Ravi Dadhij ji, in organization of this seminar. As I said, this is slightly unusual kind of seminar for this Guru Gobind Singh Trust University, We are supposed to be an institution committed to promotion of technical and professional education. And somewhere, because of the traditional kind of psyche or system that we have, anthropology is not considered to be one falling within the framework of technical and professional education. But of course, in the kind of system that we have developed, law school, University School of Law and Legal Studies, we are trying in our own bit to promote and involve our students in this otherwise a very, very indispensable subject or discipline of knowledge. And to this end, I sincerely thank both the professors, esteemed professors, for giving us this illuminating lecture. Then I particularly put on record the effort put by Professor Deepshikha Agarwal for conceptualizing and pursuing it and organizing this seminar. We all understand that some unfortunate tragedy in her family. She is here with us. Nonetheless, I sincerely and humbly pay our respect and thankfulness to Professor Deepshikha Agarwal for taking it forward. Then there are a number of research scholars and student volunteers who have been involved in participation of this seminar. I thank them all. Without the involvement of the students in a university setup, organization of these kinds of seminars becomes almost difficult. To that extent, I thank almost all the students, volunteers, and the research scholars involved. Then I thank my fellow colleagues and other teachers who are present there, and the participants who are here today in this seminar. These participants are the most important part of this seminar, or rather any seminar. So I sincerely thank all the participants, including my worthy colleagues from the university, from Delhi University, and from other academic institutions who are present today. I thank you all, and I look forward for successful conclusion of this two-day national seminar on denotified nomadic tribes and semi-nomadic tribes. And as I said, I would like to end my vote of thanks by the words of Professor Kumkum Srivastava or Professor Vinay Kumar Srivastava, as it may be said, that we don't have to feel for them, rather we have to feel with them, and this is how we can look forward to become a mainstream. I wouldn't say that they are out of the mainstream. Somewhere psychologically, we might be out of the stream of mankind, and to be in the mainstream of the mankind, we all have to go together. So thank you everybody present here, all listening today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move forward to the technical session 1. I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Subir Rana. Sir, please, if you could start.
Can I unmute myself? Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. So before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Deepshikha Agarwal and others who invited me for this conference, this webinar, especially for two reasons. One being that it is being organized on a theme which is not paid much attention to, which is about the DNTs, the Denotified Nomadic Tribes of India. And in honor of a person, especially in honor of a person who has lived his life and who spent his life with passion for knowing the other, understanding the other, and feeling with the other, if I may say so. Thank you, Professor Srivastava, for the very emotional talk and whatever you shared about Mr. Srivastava. And thank you all the speakers, especially Professor Patnaik and Professor Ramhatla. I also learned a lot, though I've been studying and I've been involved with the denotified nomadic tribes ever since my PhD, but it still was a great learning experience for me. So thank you. My work, I'm presenting, whatever I'm presenting is related to my PhD, which I did from JNU, and it focused on the nut community. And part of my presentation is about the nut community, and the latter half is about the charas of Ahmedabad. So the nut community is based in the one that I studied, based in Bihar, on the borders of Nepal and Bihar. And charas were located and are located in Charanagar of Ahmedabad. My presentation is titled State, Citizenship and Marginalization, the Denotified Nomadic Tribes of India. Can you slide? Thank you. So I'll just give a brief historicity of the situation before 1850s, which sort of brought this infamous legislation called the Criminal Tribes Act. Before the 1850s, Europe and India were marked by significant events. One, it was marked by the Industrial Revolution, which changed the entire urban scape. It brought new towns and cities, new kinds of professions, new kinds of people in the towns, but it also invoked new kinds of criminal activities. And in India, and also in the Western world, it brought in thuggy. So you duped people, you duped travelers, and dacoity, especially in India. The revolt of 1857 in India was a kind of a clarion call for the empire, for the British rulers, to realize that it was a ruler and not just a revenue collector. So in order to be a ruler, you have to tide over the restless population, the population which was posing a danger for your rule. And these potent and potential communities or suspect communities, which they called, were the nomads, the vagabonds, the prostitutes, eunuchs, itinerants, which posed threats for the empire because of various reasons, because they were labeled as people possessing magical powers, they had superior mental resources, they were manipulative, they indulged in sexual excess, they were undisciplined, they were bullies and plunderers. And this was something which was common both for the Eastern world and the Western world. There were crime against property, which was seen as a threat. And the movement of anonymous people, because the nomads and the vagabonds did not have any identity in their eyes. So this movement of anonymous people on the fringes of the empire was seen as dangerous signs for the administration. More so because they felt that those people who did not have a fixed home on earth would just commit a crime and then run away. And if you remember, this was the time the railways had come in. So movement was quicker, it was easier for these people to move. This was the thought and the psyche of the British people, the colonizers. During this time, the Lombroso's, Cesare Lombroso was a seasoned lawyer, and he came up with this notion of hereditary criminality, which meant that crime passed on from one generation to the other. It was intergenerational in nature. And Galton, Francis Galton, who was Charles Darwin's nephew, came up with the notion of eugenics, which was about good genes and bad genes. It was supposed that certain kinds of people have bad genes, and if they have bad genes, they need to be eliminated from the society by various means. So this was the situation which was built up and which created in order to bring in a law, in order to come up with a stringent law which would tie certain kinds of people who were mobile by nature, who had a mobile lifestyle. Can you switch on to the next? Thank you. And it was in 1871 that the Criminal Tribes Act was enacted. It was enforced, it was introduced with several amendments. As Professor Ramatla said, that there were several amendments in 1897, in 1911, 1919, 1934. And all these amendments, each subsequent amendment was harsher than the previous one. And the Britishers, in order to justify the rule in India, who stay in India, said that these people who are criminal by nature and by hereditary need to be reformed. So they wanted to reform these people who are mobile by nature through the Salvation Army, which built in settlements. There were industrial settlements, there were agricultural settlements where these people were pushed in and they were supposed to follow a disciplined lifestyle. So mobility, according to this Criminal Tribes Act, mobility became a criminal act and crime was linked with genetics. So these two things were intertwined. Mobility as a criminal act and crime linked with genetics. And they're close to 200. So actually it is 198, but there are more, which is not counted. So close to 200 tribal and forest communities were labeled as criminal tribes and criminal castes. The state began to act as a panopticon, which had to discipline and to produce docile bodies. So the state, the British, the empire became a panopticon, and it owed this responsibility. It started to see this as a responsibility to discipline these bodies, to make docile bodies of those who were supposedly criminal by nature. The Criminal Tribes Act was having biopower, and it was to governmentalize these restless population. But the CTA was replaced by Habitual Offenders Act of 1952. And now the criminal tribes are now called denotified nomadic tribes or Vimukti Jatis. And to just give you one anecdote and important fact rather, that when I was visiting the Charas in Ahmedabad, they told me that they celebrate their independence not on 15th of August, but the 31st of August, because that is the day when this Habitual Offenders Act, when they were denotified. So they were denotified on the 31st of August, and that is when they celebrate their independence. And the community which I studied was the Nat community, which is one of the DNTs. Next one. So the etymology of the Nat community is Natya. They are basically into dancing, acting, and performing professions. And other offshoots of this word is Nautanki, Nrit, Natak. So everything which has to do with performance. Nat became a mobile cluster, and this was mentioned by this term was mentioned by Casimir and Rao, who said that the Britishers, it was difficult for them to understand and comprehend as to what can be, how to put in various people who follow various professions having a common ancestry together. So Nat does not mean that they were just performers. They were also jugglers. They were also mendicants. They were also tattooists. They were also cattle herders. They were also potters. So all these people were clubbed together and made into one community, and that was the Nat community. They are a glorious tradition. They have been mentioned in the Vedas, their sutras, Mahabharata, and Ramayana. And I'm speaking about the Nat community now. And they have a Rajput ancestry, which they claim. The claim is through Maharana Pratap, which they say that they are descendants of Maharana Pratap. But they also have multiple origin myths. The Nats are found in 19 states of India, and they speak Nati and Kathi. And I'm speaking about the area which I did my field work in, which was Forbesganj. They speak Nati and Kathi, which is the local language, and it is the inversion of the local language. So when you speak Hindi, when you say Ladka, so for them it would be Chhadka. So it is an inversion of the word that people use. And Narsi Parsi is the secret language which all the DNTs use. The DNTs use Narsi Parsi across India. And it was also a it was also very nice to see and find that the person from the Nat community would understand what the Perna or the Chara person was speaking. So this was the secret dialect. So it binds them all together. This secret language binds all the deities together. The Nat community profess both Hinduism and Islam. So if they're Hindus, they are treated as scheduled caste, and if they're Muslims, they're treated as other backward caste. Next slide, please. So the research questions which I had was that how has colonial negative stereotyping or the stigma contributed to community-based sex work and identity formation among the AMPs in different parts of the country? Because this is something which is across board, which is not different from one to the other. The second question was, what are the linkages and connections that help sex trade and human trafficking flourish, especially in the fringe areas? And the third question was, what are the forms of resistance and protests from the subaltern groups like the DNTs who claim rights to public goods and citizenship? So the third question would be dealt with in the latter section of my presentation. The next slide, please. And the hypothesis which I had framed was that chronic poverty, sex work or informal work, and stigma and negative stereotyping are linked. The parapolitical systems facilitate the functioning of underground or grey economy, and by parapolitical system, I mean the local administration, the local politician who are involved in this entire business, entire economy, which functions on the fringes. And the third one was that they also do claim citizenship. Some of them, like the Charas, which is the aesthetic form of citizenship, apart from other kinds of citizenship, which various scholars have pointed out. Insurgent citizenship, hydraulic citizenship, consumer citizenship, which come from non-state spaces, which come from those areas which are deemed as not so developed or undeveloped, which shapes urban spaces, which shapes identities, and which shapes politics. Yeah, next one. And this is regarding the fieldwork which I did in Forestganj, which is the Araria district of Bihar. So this entire patch, which was inhabited by the Nut community, has 45 Nut families with 260 members, and there were more females than males. And the reason is obvious, because the females are brought in. They are also trafficked from across the border, from Nepal and from other areas, and sold away in this community as potential sex workers. And the male members are pimps, and the females are sex workers. They are Shia Muslims in Forestganj, and they are involved in caste-based intergenerational sex work. And the Nut Sarpanch is also involved. They have a community elder. They have this panchayat system, which functions, but on a very superficial level, I would say. So the Nut Sarpanch is also part of this entire trade, which goes on. The female members, as I said, are sex workers, and the male members are pimps. And the clientele are known as passengers. And this is also very symbolic, because it connotes the fact that the one who is coming in is not going to stay for long. He's just coming in and he will go. There's this notion of us and them, insider versus outsider. So the Nut female is called Mangtin, and the Nut male is called Mangta, versus Kajins, which is just a person from outside, and non-Nut would be a Kajwa. There's a sense of ownership over girls, because they feel that they own the girl because they have been trafficked from outside, and even those who are their own family members are treated as being owned by the household member. There are elements of Sanskritization in terms of the naming and initiation ceremony. So when the girl is being initiated, when the girl is being pushed into sex work, she is first of all married to a tree, and she is also given jewelry, and she is also vermilion mark, and all that, which is Brahminical tradition, which is followed in a marriage ritual, is followed in the Nut community as well. So this is also an exemplar sort of a custom which they follow in order to mingle with the other, with the mainstream society. Yeah, thank you. The other one. They face a lot of violence by the upper caste Hindus and Muslims, and it is almost a state of exception, because they are always, living in a state of fear, because the area which they inhabit is a piece of government land, and they can be evicted in time. They have been evicted several times in the past, and their houses, their caste huts have been burnt by the Hindus and Muslims of the upper caste. And so there's this lingering fear every time that they can be evicted and they can be, alleged with some crime or the other, which they have not committed. The DNTs are treated as the Antajanya, and they are the Antajanya because they are lowest the low in the social hierarchy. And as Professor Agarwal mentioned, that they are not even mentioned in the constitution. So the word DNT does not appear. There's no education, rampant alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence. There's chronic poverty because of reasons of this discrimination that they have faced for the past 150 to 200 years. There's feminization of poverty. So whatever the girls or the women own in terms of the money that they get is being given back to the male member. So it is the male who enjoy the wealth. So there's masculinization of wealth, and males are the leisure class. So they indulge in gambling. Of course, besides pimping, they are also indulging in gambling. They are indulging in domestic violence, and they do. And there's no education, so they are completely uneducated. And there's notion of hyphenated citizenship. So it is like invisibility of a very different kind. You are there, but you are not there. So you don't have identity. You have conflicting identities. The next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. No, sorry, the previous one. So DNTs are treated and seen as Gujatis, and along with the semi-nomadic tribes, they are roughly around 130 to 150 million. The numbers are not accurate because there has been no census or head count. It is just a rough estimate even now. The stigma of criminality, and the stigma, the notion of stigma is very, very strong because it is like what they see is through the looking glass self, which Cooley, one of the famous sociologists, used. You see yourself as others see you, as others perceive you. So this notion of criminality in some of the denotified nomadic tribes has treated, and which makes them see themselves as criminals. And this notion of stigma has pushed them into sex work, which has pushed them into smuggling, bootlegging, narcotics, and human trafficking. And the Chhara community, which I was mentioning, is involved in bootlegging and also petty thieving. The notion of intersectionality is very important because it is not just one reason for their discrimination, but multiple reasons. So caste, gender, ethnicity, age, color, class, occupation, even the habitation. So where you stay. If you stay in Uttari Rampur, which is the area where I did my fieldwork, my PhD fieldwork, is supposedly a Lal Batti Ilaka, red light area, which nobody goes to unless until you want to seek some favors. Otherwise, you won't use that patch. The next one, please. Yeah, so I was speaking about how's other communities. So one is at one end stands the Nut community, which is hapless, which doesn't find any resonance in the kind of policies and programs, and which doesn't find itself anywhere in terms of the programs and policies and targeted interventions when the government claims it has pushed for the welfare of the most discriminated and marginalized communities. But on the other, there is this Chhara community which inhabits a slum, which is worse than a slum, I would say. It is called Chharanagar. It's a piece of land which was given to them by the government, which is completely inhabitable. And I will show you some of the pictures which I took in 2008-9 when I was called for a lecture, of which Dr. Ganesh Devi was also a part. And it is completely horrible to see how we are living in different worlds in the same place. How one can imagine to be part of living in so many different worlds which we tend to inhabit at the same time. The Charak community began their theater. It was called Budan Theater, which was founded in 1998 by the renowned literature and tribal activist Mahashweta Devi and the famous linguist and social activist Ganesh Devi. It is an experiment in radical theater movement and is an example of alternative education that imparts an alternative vision of development and identity formation. So besides theater, they also indulge in computer literacy. They also run a small school for kids in the development center, Charanagar Development Center. And it is an iconic protest theater and a classic case in a theatrical genre of theater of the oppressed, which was a term used by Augusto Baum, and that plays at the role of a conscience keeper. This theater was born with the sole intention of challenging the hegemony of the ruling elite and resist an unequal world where human rights violations, exclusionary practices, poverty, and violence are normalized. It raises issues of identity, of visibility, of child trafficking, pornography, land grabs, migration, and eviction, which they were also victim of, and other contemporary issues concerning the DNTs in a globalized world. It is a tool of sensitizing the society, youth, as well as the administration, especially the police. And when I say especially the police, it was in 2017-18 that there was a brutal attack on the entire community where a couple of people were badly injured. In fact, some of them are still, they have disappeared. They're not in the community anymore. And because of the false charges of rioting and dacoity framed by the police. And one very surprising and also very interesting aspects of the Chara community is that there are almost 200 lawyers in the Chara community, apart from being very good artists and dramatists. The reason why they study law is to protect themselves from false charges of the police and from the mainstream society, which is a regular occurrence every now and then. So it acts as a political tool of subversion, where the combined tropes of public and hidden transcripts result in weapons of the weak and politics of the governed. So it basically, the theater is a weapon. It is a tool to claim their citizenship rights, to say that yes, whatever has happened has been an act of brutality, not just during the colonial times, but also in the post-colonial times and also in the contemporary era that we are inhabiting. And we say that we are modern and we are postmodern and we are civilized, but that is not the reality. We are living in different worlds. Yeah, next one. And now I'll just share some of the clips from the pictures that I took from the field area. This doesn't show the face of the person, so I was very conscious of the fact that I did not show the face of the person. So you can see that these are cast huts where the girls or the women have to stand outside in order to solicit their customers, and the male members are just pimps, and they have to get customers for their female kin. The next one, please. So this is part of a theater, and they organize a fair, which is called Kali Mela and Kali Puja Mela, and in very close to this habitation is this fair, which is organized in the month of March and April for 2 months, and it goes on, and they organize this theater, which is kind of a peep show. It is a peep show where girls perform semi-nude dance to peppy numbers. And it becomes also, these are potential kind of venues for trafficking and also sex work. Next one, please. And another venue which is a very popular haunt for trafficking and prostitution is the circus. So there are young girls who are trafficked from various places, basically from Nepal and other places like Bangladesh as well, and Northeast India, who perform in this circus, and they're also trafficked. and they can be trafficked to other places like the metros as sex workers. And it's like a cooler ring. So they keep on getting trafficked for their entire lifetime till they are able to earn livelihood, till they are able to earn money, not just for themselves, but also basically for the person who, within inverted commas, own them. This is the second one, third one, yeah, next one. So this is the practice which is going on regarding the circus show, which was about to happen. Yeah, next one, please. Now, this was the picture I took from the Charanagar, which the habitation which the Charas where they stay, and it is the main road, and this is the road that they use to go from one place to the other in the community. The next one, please. Next one. And this is the backside of the sort of housing complex, or whatever you can call them, the dwellings, and you can see what lies beyond and what lies in the very vicinity of where they stay. Next one, please. And this is the Charanagar Community Center, which has now developed into a development center, and they run a library. They, of course, they run the theater, and they also run courses. So they run courses, and these are certified. These are certified courses in theater and performance. And so it is basically to empower. There's a sense of empowerment for the Charas in the kind of work that they are indulging, the kind of profession that they're following. Next one, please. And this is a scene from the Nukkad Natak, which they're performing. The lady who you see is very famous. She is from the Chara community, and all these members are from the Chara community. Everyone is from the Chara community, and it was just under a bridge that they're performing, and it was an adaptation of an English play, which they had sort of reframed and sort of put in narratives from their own life and their own history into the English play, and it's an adaptation of English. Yeah, next one, please. And yeah, so this is the scene, one of the scenes which is going on from the Natak. Next one, please. So you can see that the flyover is there, and there are people and there are others who are watching the play. Next one, please. And Dakshin Bajrangi, he is a very prominent member of the Bhudan Theatre. And he's also not just a director, but also a producer. He is a filmmaker. He is a documentary filmmaker. And he is the first member from the Chara community to earn his master's from SOAS. After which, after returning from SOAS, he has made a name for himself. He has made a mark for himself in the world of drama, in the field of filmmaking. And there are a couple of films that he has made which has earned a lot of laurels outside, and just not in India, but also outside. And now they perform for police academies, they perform for administrators, they perform for general public, and they indulge in various theatrical genres, not just theater, not just Nukkad Natak, street corner play, but also proscenium theater, which is held in a closed space. And the way in which the Chara community is asking and narrating its own story is sort of it's an enabler, and it's a facilitator for others, and not just the DNTs, but also other discriminated and marginalized communities which are facing similar kind of discrimination from the administration, from the mainstream society. Yeah, so I think I should end my presentation here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Sonali Ahuja for her presentation.
Yes. One second. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Ma'am, actually, there's an order to our presentation, so we'll go by that order.
So basically, the other participants are not currently present. So we are following this particular order.
1 second, I'll just respond back to that. Wait.
Okay, so hi everyone. We are presenting here on behalf of the Common Good Foundation. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic made its way throughout the world and spared no one from its devastating consequences. Many people were forced to adapt in ways they had never imagined. Some people around the world, the lack of resources made them even more vulnerable. The denotified and nomadic tribes, which are estimated to be 10% of India's population, were reported to suffer from hunger, disease, and received limited or no support from the administration, which has always been at loggerheads with them formally. The term denotified and nomadic tribes has been defined as those communities which were notified under several versions of the Criminal Tribes Act enforced during the British rule between 1871 and 1947 throughout Indian territory and were denotified by the repeal of these acts after India's independence. There are many scholars who will argue that there are different root causes contributing to the problems that DNTs face in India. However, given the clear role the British Empire played in destroying the culture and identities of DNTs, the law is a tool that must be appropriately examined and reformed. Me and my group will focus on the law in India and highlights briefly avenues for reforms. So now Shruti will elaborate you about the role British Empire played in destroying the culture and identities of the DNTs.
So around the time when the Indian masses were agitating against the British rule, in 1857, the tribal population also joined the movement against the colonization. As their livelihoods were deeply impacted by the policies of the British officials. However, in the aftermath of the revolt, the tribal populations bore the brunt consequences of the revolt, and they were seen as criminals for their participation in the revolt, and they were suppressed by the British masters. Shortly after, in 1871, the Criminal Tribes Act was introduced, and almost 200 tribes were labeled as criminals by the British. The paradox here is that the law was provided to reform these communities. However, they were made to work under an oppressive policy, and they were not paid any wages. They were forced to live in settlement camps, which were basically like open prisons. Many scholars point out that in a society which is divided between wanderers and settlers, those who are wanderers have more inclination to indulge in criminal activities. Due to this stigma, the nomadic communities were seen with a lot of suspicion, and the Britishers thought they were very difficult to tame and bring under their administration. When we read more about the Criminal Tribes Acts, we learn that these acts and their provisions were outright inhumane. The subjugation of the tribes to these laws made them extremely vulnerable and very easy targets of exploitation. Over the years, this treatment of subjugation and suppression has become a very strong tradition in the Indian subcontinent. Even after the Indian independence and liberation of the criminal tribes, these tribes are still subjugated to structural oppression. Even after the Criminal Tribes Acts were repealed in 1952, they were replaced by Habitual Offender Act, which again asked the police to investigate a suspect's criminal tendency. Therefore, even after being repealed, no positive impact was there for these tribes. They were forced to leave their settlements without any help from the governments to rehabilitate them or any identity documents. Also, the harassment at the hands of law enforcement continued as if nothing had changed, as if their status was still the same. Therefore, the tribes have never been integrated into the mainstream society and are always seen with suspicion. They are presumed to be hardened criminals, and the stigma is still there in the current times.
Now, Meghna, according to your research, what is your take on DNTs not having equal rights?
Hello, Sakshi. Well, I'm not a member of these denotified tribes myself, which are being talked about. But as a researcher in this project, I believe that they are still being given the shorter end of the stick. Several basic changes should be our utmost priority, like firstly, not subjecting them to discrimination and atrocities just because they identify themselves as DNTs. Secondly, helping them access the law enforcement system of the country without raising suspicion towards them in the eyes of officials such as police officers. Thirdly, not harassing them while entering and exiting the forest, which is not only their home but also a source of livelihood. Fourth, which is also a major issue, recognizing their cultural and language rights. And fifthly, which is also which plays a major role in advancing of the society. It is a huge catalyst, that is access of education.
Meghna, would you like to elaborate on the first 3 points you just made?
Yeah, sure, Sakshi. As you all know, the Iyengar Committee was successful in repealing the Criminal Tribes Act with effect from 31st August 1952. But to keep an effective control over the so-called criminals, the Habitual Offenders Act here on HOA was placed in the statute book. This in turn rendered the attempt to free the ex-criminal tribes from their criminal status by repealing the CTA 1871 futile. Additionally, the government made no positive actions for these communities in terms of creating opportunities for integrating them into the mainstream by providing adequate means of livelihood. Hence, these tribes continue to be subjected to the state's special penal scrutiny. The ground reality is that they are continued to be viewed as criminals in the eyes of the police and the general society. The history of prejudice has made it impossible for them to be included in the mainstream society and access the opportunities and benefits offered by the welfare policies of the government. HOA was, however, still a significant step ahead, as not the entire group was inherently listed as criminals, but the collective burden was shifted to the individual criminality. However, In many aspects, the act in question was seen as a mere extension of the CTA with certain amendments. It used the same registration and notification procedures as outlined in the CTA 1871. Like a register of habitual offenders was maintained in the districts and was kept at the office of the superintendent of the police of the district, giving them the power to take finger and palm expressions, footprints, photographs, etc. Also requiring habitual offenders to register and re-register if earlier registration got cancelled and notify change in his/her residence. The stigma of crime has carried far beyond its expiration date, continuing in the present and now is also creeping into the future. Even though these tribes were denotified from their criminal status, but by the time it was implemented, most states had already prepared the list of scheduled castes and tribes, and hence they couldn't get access to the welfare policies of the state. Also, the denotified tribes remained in a state of utter poverty with no escape or identity. Even in places where they do find mention in some lists or another, owing to the absence of any identity proof or caste certificates, they are not able to avail their entitlements. Well, secondly, coming to the access of their access to our legal system, the reality is pretty grim. As I said earlier, these communities are still viewed with suspicion and contempt. Several have suffered from atrocities at the hands of dominant communities and upper castes and have been unable to access legal forms of redressal. These communities historically share a tenuous relationship with law enforcement officials due to facing relentless police harassment over the years. And due to this fear and distrust of the police, they prefer not to register a formal complaint even when they're subjected to abuse or violence from other communities, making them even more vulnerable to ill treatment. Further, as they are not recognized as SC and STs, they are excluded from the purview of Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989 and are unable to access special trial courts to seek justice in the form of relief and rehabilitation. And lastly, the forest laws. Various changes needs to be made in the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, in which there is benefit given to the DNTs, since apart from hunting, several communities earn their livelihoods from wildlife-based entertainment. Their entire livelihood were declared illegal with the enactment of the act. And while they are criminalized on one hand, there are no other viable alternate livelihoods available to them owing to the practice of segregation and discrimination. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Meghna. Now, Sonali, what has been the contribution of NCDNT Commission and have they been successful in achieving their goals?
Okay, so one second. Okay. So the National Commission for Denotified and Nomadic Tribes was constituted first in 2003 and subsequently reconstituted in 2005 and 2015. So these commissions submitted their reports, right? And these reports basically identified which denotified tribes India has, and it assessed them state-wise, their development status, and recommended ways to uplift them. As per the reports, there are over 260 extremely marginalized communities that have never been identified or included in any of the reserved categories, right? So the issue lies here is that the report has been pending implementation with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment since January 2018. They recommended that the government should provide strong legal protections and constitutional safeguards like extension of Protection of Atrocities Act to them, and separating a separate third schedule for them, and thirdly extending reservations, right? And additionally, there have been talks about doing a caste-based census with a separate category for Adivasis. While none of these crucial recommendations have ever been enforced till date, the exceptions have been two schemes that were implemented in 2014-2015, namely pre- and post-matric scholarships and construction of hostels for DNT students. Furthermore, the issue with the commissions was that it was set up to look into the deprivation, stigmatization of DNTs. And apart from making reports, which were, by the way, mainly based on secondary data, which is not something which we can entirely rely upon in India's current lack of data on DNTs. So relying on secondary data was their first issue, and the other was a lot of the goals that they did set out to achieve were they failed at achieving those, and similarly the government failed to implement the recommendations that they did give.
Okay, so you mentioned caste-based census. Now, would you like to elaborate on that a little bit? Like, why is it important and how does it work?
Yes, okay. So what is a census? A census is basically a extensive and public activity which collects population data, but this data is also used by researchers, policymakers, and administrators to create social policies, right? So in India too, it is the most important source of demographic data, and it is used for social and economic planning of the country. And the nature of the data and the detail that they provide on ethnic, religious, and other minority groups is actually very highly determined by what is the political discourse in the country at the time, right? So if you want to accommodate differences, then that would show in your data. You would recognize different communities, right? Because you want to provide them with their individual identity. However, if you want to create like a homogeneous picture of them, then you would actually not really create as many categories, and not a lot of people will feel included, which is the case with India and many other countries in the world which deal with indigenous people. So if a community is omitted in the census, what happens then? So if a community is omitted in the census, then its socio-economic and political visibility as a distinct identity would gradually get lost in the socio-political discourse of the country. Categorization of people and the information generated about such categories also strongly influences the perceptions of us and others, right? It determines intergroup relationships. And furthermore, the categorization it makes us understand things better. Humans put things into boxes to understand them better, right? So in common perception, population data collection is typically an apolitical affair, but of course it's obviously everything is political, so it is affected by politics too. So in a way, census categories not only reflect social identities, but they also help in creating new identities. Such categories define how social strata and how those groups in society, what position, what location they have in the society, right? So if there is a caste-based census, then that would actually prove very helpful in understanding what needs to be done and in better implementing the plans that we already have. Now, coming to how this relates to DNTs, if we go back to our previous census figures, then in 2011, there were 6 preset categories like Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Buddhist, Jain, or other. And in these other categories, there were so many people. There's millions and millions of people, and roughly 8 million of them were Adivasis. Now, if a specific group in the others category is as big as number as 8 million, then shouldn't they have a separate category, right? This demand has been raised by many DNT NGOs and communities who have been trying to raise awareness about this, right? They are not enumerated separately in the census, which makes it difficult to ascertain concrete figures. And these communities are spread across other ST, SC, and OBC communities. And as a whole, they're not recognized as a separate social category under any constitutional scheme. So the biggest hurdle that they face to access these schemes
Sonali, you are not audible. Sonali, please unmute yourself.
Sonali?
Sonali, please unmute yourself. Sonali.
Say. It's okay. It's okay.
Sakshi, please try to call her.
Yes, sir, just doing that. I'm so sorry on behalf of team for the technical difficulties. She's just reconnecting herself.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, so did I introduce the point about census, and do I have to begin from there again?
I think you were on connecting how census is related to DNTs.
Okay, thanks. I am just gonna continue doing that then. Okay, so coming to how census is connected to DNTs. Look, the absence of any uniform classification across the country is the biggest dilemmas regarding DNTs, right? They are not enumerated separately in the census, which makes it difficult to ascertain concrete figures. Also, these communities are spread across ST, SC, and OBC communities in different states. And if they're not recognized as like a whole, as a specific social category, under any constitutional schedule, it makes it harder to access absolutely anything, right? So the biggest hurdle that they face is accessing caste certificates, which they can't have because they don't have the documentation which requires to access those. So the Renke Commission highlighted 50% of the DNTs lacked any kind of documents and 98% were landless, which is extremely important of a data because land for indigenous people is very close to them, their identity, right? It is very close to how they see themselves, how the society functions. And two of the major reasons for this is one is identity certificates, other is lack of awareness. So no government has been able to help them with regard to this pressing issue about their identity. And to have this identity, the most starting point or the most critical point would be to have a separate category for them in the census. Now, in the first census of independent India, the column aborigines was included, but later it was removed and it forced indigenous people to club themselves with other religions. So Adivasi people were again marginalized, and this time not by the Britishers, but by our own government. So a special column should be incorporated in the census questionnaire to enumerate the population of Adivasis accurately and protect their distinctive identity as Adivasi people across the country, right? And this exact demand has been raised by various organizations, and they've been articulating how this is an important step to their upliftment. India is due an updated census this year, we know that, but of course it was rescheduled in the light of COVID pandemic. And as things stood in 2011, a person can be slotted into one of the 7 preset categories: Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, or other religions. Now this other categories, according to 2011, 104 million Adivasis, which is 8.6% of the population, they were in the others category. And if so many Adivasis were forced to register themselves as other religions and to take up other religions just to be identified and to get access to basic legal and constitutional rights and remedies, then that's a problem. So a caste census is very important. And the issue right now that we face is allegedly the other column is also being taken out in the 2021 census. And that further forces a lot of people, and it's not just Adivasi people, it's other major religious groups too, which are going to be forced to club themselves with other categories that they don't recognize themselves with, right? So it invisibilizes them, it reduces their identity into this number, and it is obviously dehumanizing as well. So the purpose of post-independence Indian census was to record the lives and stories of those on the margins and to protect them, but the exclusion continues. And the Census of India is a very ideal way to establish yourself without relying on the patronage of the oppressive majority. So the Adivasis should have a separate column in the religious census, and it would greatly help them, and it would be a good first step, but indeed not enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. This was a very informative presentation, and I would like to thank all the participants for this. With the permission of the Dean, sir, we would like to go on a 15-minute break if that is possible.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am,
yes,
but
yeah.
we were just trying to conclude.
No problem. Yes, sir.
We can take a break, but this decision should be taken by the chair of the session, I believe.
Okay, sir. Ma'am and sir.
Mannat, I think they want to conclude. Let them conclude and then we can take a break.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. They were saying that they wanted to conclude their presentation. Let them conclude and then we will take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
there's still a lot that needs to be read and researched about the condition of the denotified tribes in India. But with the constant efforts of the community and ongoing research in the field by eminent professionals, many of you who are present here at this gathering, I'm sure we will tread this long journey one step at a time. And also, we would like to extend our sincere thanks on behalf of the Common Good Foundation and gratitude to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University and the Indian Anthropological Association for providing us with this platform to talk about these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am?
We can take a 15-minute break and then we'll reassemble again after 15 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, welcome back. With the permission of Dean Sir, we would now like to start with the technical session 2.
Please proceed with the
Thank you,
permission
Dean
of the
Sir.
chair.
I now seek the permission of our chair, Professor Gautam Kshatriya, and co-chair, Professor Afzal Wani, to call upon our first speaker. So,
this is the next session that we are starting. I mean, I believe this was supposed to be the second session was supposed to start at.
So we are starting with the technical session 2.
See the session to be chaired by Professor Gautam and Professor Vani was supposed to start at 1:30.
Yes, sir, there has been a slight change in that.
So kindly try to figure out if Professor Gautam and Professor Vani had joined or not.
Okay,
I believe they are not there in the list. They have not joined as yet, I believe. Contact them, beta.
Yes, sir.
You are Nomita or Tisha?
I'm Manya.
So that means that even the coordinators have been changed, right?
Yes.
Sir, Nomita, I'm here too. I'm the reporter for the session.
Acha, you are reporter Nomita.
Yes, sir.
And who's coordinating, beta?
Sir, Manya Dudeja.
Acha, Manya Dudeja is coordinating. So, beta, help Manya to figure out and get connected with the chairpersons, and the session is to go according to the instructions of the chairpersons, right?
Yes, sir.
Ha. So kindly try to contact Professor Gautam and Professor Vani. Are you getting it, Nomita beta?
Yes, sir.
Ha, beta.
Sorry to interrupt in between.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I am Shivanshi. Sir, I have to present my presentation. Sir, I belong to technical session 1.
Which means that there is some confusion in the technical session 1.
Yes, sir, Shivanshi and Professor Abhi Ghosh.
Acha, Professor Abhi Ghosh and Shivanshi Neharia.
Yes, sir.
So,
if the co-chair for morning session is available, with her permission, within this 15 or 13 minutes, we can go ahead with the Professor Abhi Ghosh paper. And
Professor Kamal, are you there? Kamal ma'am, are you there? Manya, can you hear me, beta?
Yes, sir.
So, beta, this is basically, you see, the first session is not over. You have taken a break for whatever reasons, right?
Yes,
so,
sir.
first session continues to be there because there are still 2 more people remaining, right? So, you have Professor Abhi Ghosh's paper and Shivanshi Neharia, and then the second paper is of Dr. Pawan Mishra and Dr. Pawan Mishra. So these 2 papers remain to be presented in the first session itself. So kindly contact Professor Kamal, hai na?
Yes, so we will get back to you. Although there was some availability issues, so that's why we started with the technical session. We will contact ma'am and get back.
What about Professor Subhadra Channa? Is she there?
No, sir.
I think, sir, cover can be.
Queenie, you said something. I could not hear you properly.
I think Professor Kaval can join in if that is the case. She's 50.
I saw her name somewhere.
Yeah. No, she's
I think she was there.
Just call her up. She can come in to take the remaining. She can come and take the remaining.
Manya, can you hear me, beta?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So kindly, okay, I'm giving a call to Professor Kamal. Just wait for a minute.
And are the two presenters ready, Manya?
Yes, ma'am, the two speakers for the technical session 2 are ready.
Make them the co-host if they have PowerPoints to share.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the PowerPoints are being shared by our tech team itself.
Okay, let's wait. I think it will be resolved. It's okay, Shakti. Let's see if things can be just sorted out now. Oh, okay, Tisha. Tisha, it's okay. We'll just ensure it's done.
Sir, is it okay if we go forward with the session 2 right now and then come back to Shivanshi, ma'am?
Manya, I believe Professor Kamal must have joined. She said, I'm just joining. She was under the impression that the second session is probably started, so she logged out.
No, I
She joined.
Confusion about participants, but now I think it's resolved. So we continue the session, right?
So Shivanshi will, I think it is Shivanshi Nehria.
Shivanshi to
Are you
start.
there, Shivanshi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Professor Kamal is there, Manya. Please go according to the protocol, beta. Take permission from the chair and proceed with the next presentation.
Ma'am, I seek your permission to start with the presentation.
It's okay. Please start. Please start.
Shivanshi, ma'am, please start with your presentation.
Okay. Just allow me to share my screen.
Ujjwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shivanshi Nehria from Department of Anthropology, Punjab University, Chandigarh. I'm a research scholar under Professor Bhik Ghosh. I'm here to present my paper on the topic on the title Political Participation of Gaddi Tribes of Himachal Pradesh in State Politics. India has tribal population of 8.6%. And they are under Article 342. And anthropologists define tribe as a racially varied and share a common ancestry from centuries. Before independence, the tribe was named Adivasi, Vanvasi, and other names, but the British administration used the word scheduled, which was attached along with the tribe. Each tribal group had its own identity, which made them different from others. Other societies residing near to them had misconceptions about them and considered scheduled tribe to be just a lower caste group. The Constitution of India had made special provision for scheduled tribes and scheduled caste for their political representation at all levels of regional and state politics under Article 330 and 332. It was for the upliftment of the disadvantaged group who faced are still facing the social discrimination. Now there is a introduction to a Gaddi tribe. Gaddi, the word Gaddi was derived from a Sanskrit term Gada, which means sheep, and other meaning was a seat and refer to a seat of Lord Shiva. They are devotee of Lord Shiva. Bharmor in Chamba district of Himachal Pradesh is a board of Gaddis, and they inhabited both sides of Dholadar ranges, that is district Chamba and Kangra of Himachal Pradesh. They are a semi-pastoral and semi-agricultural tribe. A great portion of their wealth consists of flocks of sheep and goats. There are various theories about their arrival among the local tribal people and as well as among the academicians. It is estimated that about 30% of Gaddis are still fully nomadic, while 70% have adopted sedentary way of life. According to Census 2011, Gaddis are more than 1 lakh. Gaddis have emerged as most prominent and influential tribe of Himachal Pradesh and has an approximate population of about 500,000. When Gaddis are asked to define themselves, they begin defining themselves as a nomadic shepherds. The Gaddi families living in Bharmor of Chamba practiced seasonal migration, and the families settled in Kangra did not follow seasonal migration. At some point of time, the Gaddis in Kangra was migrated from Bharmor to Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh. Gaddis were passionate about making their career in politics and are being associated with the big political parties. In the year 1970, Himachal Pradesh was incorporated as the 18th state of Indian Union. There were only 6 entries made in 1971, and Gaddis and Gujars living in Punjab provinces were excluded from the list. 2 BJP leaders from the Gaddi community, Kishan Kapoor and Dulo Ram, who belonged to Kangra district, demanded ST status for the Gaddis who were living outside the Bharmor region. Much later, in January 2003, the Gaddis living in other territories of the state were re-notified as scheduled tribe by the Tribal Advisory Department, and before that they were under the OBCs. These are the Gaddi women in their traditional attire. The Gaddi nomad resting in a tent during his pasture with the animal. The main objective of my study is to investigate how members of Gaddi community are actively participating in state politics in independent India, and to explore how they are preserving their cultural identity in support of politics. The study was conducted among the Gaddis of Tehsil Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. Now, Gaddi is a major tribe of Himachal Pradesh found in district Chamba and Kangra. There are 68 constituencies, out of which 3 are reserved for scheduled tribe candidates. Gaddis plays a crucial role in Kangra parliamentary constituency and have a strong hold in Bajnath, Palampur, Dharamshala, Shahpur, Nurpur, Jawali, Bhatia, Churah, Dalhousie, Chamba and Bharmor assembly. The member of Legislative Assembly from both Dharamshala and Bharmor are from the Gaddi community. The Lok Sabha of India has a 4-seat for Himachal Pradesh, and out of these, 1 is from the Gaddi community. Himachal Pradesh Wool Federation Chairperson Trilok Kapoor, who is also a spokesperson from the Bharatiya Janata Party and Tribal Morcha, belongs to the same community. According to him, a welfare of a nomadic shepherd is not possible unless there is their voice is raised on an active political platform. In Dharamshala, the OBCs had 25% share and vote share, and there is only 15% Gaddis vote, while the rest are Rajput, Brahmins, and other communities. In spite of having the lowest population, Gaddis still become their representative in the state politics. Gaddis have a long history in politics. From 1977 to 1984, Major Bridge Lal, who was first MLA from Bharatiya Janata Party and was the first MLA from the community, After him, Kishan Kapoor from the tribe consecutively won elections for the Legislative Assembly in the 1990, 93, 98, 2007 and 2017. And the year 2019, he was elected to 17th Lok Sabha. In 1998 to 2003, he was Minister of Transport, Industry and Tribal Development of Government of Himachal Pradesh. In 2007 to 2012, he was Minister of Transport, Industry and Urban Development of Himachal Pradesh and Minister for Food and Civil Supply. His main interest was the social economic upliftment of ST-SC communities. In recent bipol elections, the current MLA is also from the same community. In the Municipal Corporation of Dharamshala, Gaddi had made their presence felt from the past almost 3 to 4 decades. Gaddis headed the post of President and Vice President at the Council of Dharamshala, which is now Municipal Corporation of Dharamshala. And from the tenure 2018 to 21, a Gaddi member begged the seat of Deputy Mayor with the support of non-Gaddi members of Municipal Corporation Dharamshala. The Kangra district had a has a Rajput majority, but Brahmin and Gaddis could not be ignored by the political parties. Every third person in the village is somehow connected to the politics. The majority of Gaddis from Kangra supported BJP and they called it Gaddiyon ki party BJP. The commitment became firm after the BJP leader begged them to attain the scheduled tribe status in the year 2003. During the election, they were hardly concerned about the candidate, showed complete dedication to the parties and said, "Bas Kamal ka phool hi dabana hai." The young Gaddi generation also showed great interest in politics, but there were few supporters of Congress party too. During the election, whether of Panchayat or Lok Sabha or Municipal Corporation, Gaddi became active and joined campaign for their favorite parties. There are conflicts between Gaddis and other communities also. Because the other communities do not want Gaddi's involvement in state politics. In every elections, other communities tried their best to clear away the Gaddis from the seat, but major political parties choose Gaddi candidate for the definite win because there is no other community in Dharamshala who are so much dedicated to the politics. This was also seen in the bipol election of 2019 at Dharamshala. BJP had a long relationship with the community, but it was for the first time that the Congress also gave a ticket to the Gaddi candidate. Neighboring communities treated Gaddis as a low caste. They considered Gaddis filthy who hardly took a shower. That was because of their nomadic way of life earlier, where they could not get any basic necessities and had to walk a long distance. And during their winter pasture, Gaddi men shift to the low plains of Punjab and Himachal with their animals, and the females and children used to took a shelter at the non-Gaddis houses in Kangra and did their household work. And there were some women, Gaddi women in Dharamshala who were not economically stable and who worked as a house helpers to other community houses. Non-Gaddis still had a Gaddi's image of that group who are backward and have not grown in life, but they have evolved and had become a part of growing 21st century. In the municipal corporation elections of Dharamshala, Gaddis won from the 7 wards out of the 17 wards. This year, the seat was not reserved for any ST-SC candidate. Non-Gaddi Brahmin leaders conducted a press conference and appealed for Brahmin candidate for the seat of mayor, but eventually both mayor and deputy mayor for Dharamshala was elected from the Gaddi community. Now, they do so much with the help of politics. The Gaddi leaders are making their presence to the state politics and preserving their culture and identity. Gaddi youngsters become entangled in politics at the very tender age. They showed enthusiasm in every elections. Politics for them begin at a college level. They are involved with the student parties like Akhil Bharati Vidyarthi Parishad and the National Student Union of India, were two main student parties at Dharamshala College, which controlled by the BJP and Congress leaders. Many Gaddi leaders, not only from the Dharamshala but also from the Chamba, started their political career at this platform. Gaddi students in Dharamshala College had their own organization named Kailas Association. The organization was started in the year 1975 by the 7 boys from the community. Almost every Gaddi student in the college is a part of the association. They every year they elect president and vice president from the community or from among the students, who managed all the cultural activities, sports meets, cleanup drives, trips, and other events. The Gaddi political leaders were being invited to their cultural functions and other events. Every year, student of this association collected donation from the Gaddis of the area and organized a Nuala, which is a famous event among the Gaddis devoted to Lord Shiva. This Nuala was organized at the different Shiva temples of Dharamshala, where local Gaddis and sometimes other community members gathered and danced throughout the night in the devotional songs. Non-Gaddi, not only the Gaddis but non-Gaddis also joined and enjoyed the devotional event. Thakur Singh Bharmori, who is the former forest minister from Congress party, was 5-time legislative from the member from the Bharmor Assembly at Chamba district. He took an oath as MLA in 2012 at a ridge of Shimla in his traditional attire. It was a proud moment for every Gaddi. The MLA of Dharamshala, who recently got married, he wore his Gaddi traditional dress, which is called Kad. His pictures in traditional dress goes viral on different social media platforms. But there are some complexities within the Gaddi caste groups. Gaddi have numerous subcastes. The higher caste groups are Brahmin, Rajput, and Khatris, and the lower caste groups are Badi, Rihada, Sippis, Halis, etc. The Brahmin and the Rajput and the Khatris are under scheduled tribe, and other caste groups are under scheduled caste. Other community call them all Gaddis, but the higher caste Gaddis never consider subcaste as Gaddis.
Shivanshi, one minute. Your slides are not moving.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please check.
Okay, sir. Oh, okay. This image is the tribal people welcome Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, F5. It is not full. It is not full one. F5. Press F5. Full mode.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
good. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Okay. The the caste discrimination among Gaddis could be witnessed more among more witnessed in Chamba district and less in Kangda district. The marriages are not performed between the two. In spite of all these differences in the community, the low caste always had supported the Gaddi candidate in every election. The big political parties took advantage of casteism within the Gaddis and were used as a weapon during 2019 elections. The competition was very tough for both the major parties as the both had candidates from the same community. Sudhir Sharma, the former minister from the Gaddi, Sudhir Sharma, the former minister from the Congress party, promised ST status to all the outcast among the Gaddis who had the status of scheduled caste at present. Upper caste Gaddis would never support this decision. These promises were only made to gain votes, and the big parties made attempt to break the community or vote into two halves. The politics is also shattering Gaddis apart. Like it is disturbing the Gaddis' interpersonal relationships. Like politics is one of the reasons for creating distress among the Gaddis. During the election, one could witness the rivalry among the people. It was not only among the contestants but also seen between the people who supported them. They tried to gain votes by spreading rumors for opponents. Big parties had a crucial role in disturbing the culture and political environment in small towns and villages. Both major parties gave it tickets to Gaddi members in bypoll election. This decision of parties created tension among the community. Earlier, the Gaddis were clearly sorted because only the BJP gave its ticket to Gaddi member. But this time, Congress played smartly and gave contestant ticket, and this created stress among the community. Likewise, the panchayat elections were also stressful. Many a time during the election, other communities get benefited due to the conflict between the member of the Gaddis. At the
Move
recent
the slides. Please move your slides ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have to complete my observation part.
I know that, but it looks very disjointed.
Okay, ma'am.
Next, karo.
Next is for the conclusion.
Okay.
It's 2 minutes, ma'am. Some of the community at the recent panchayat elections from the Chadi ward of Kangra, the Pradhan seat was reserved for the ladies. 5 women were contesting the election for the same post, and 3 were from the Gaddi community and 1 from the Gujar. All 3 of them were very confident about their win. They tried defeating one another and did not bother about the 4th one. On one hand, the Gaddis of the area were busy pulling each other's leg, and on the other hand, 4th contestant took the benefit of the battle and won the election. Some community members who are in pastoral way of life are very upset with the Gaddi member in politics. They made promises to their own community during the elections and did not fulfill that. Now I'll come to the conclusions. Gaddi had economically grown, especially the Gaddis of Dharamshala, where they are dependent on the tourism business. Economic stability is one of the reasons behind the active involvement in the politics. Earlier, maximum number of Gaddi population was illiterate and people were engaged in pastoralism and worked in a slate mines. Gradually, with the passage of time, some of the community members stepped out of the traditional way of life and got education and introduced themselves to the rest of the state. Gradually, they made their names in the politics and administration of Himachal Pradesh government. Political involvement succeeded them to attain the tribal status. They were no shy of revealing their ethnic identity to non-tribal people. People who were active in politics started numerous organization association with assistance to political parties for preserving their culture and tradition. Gaddi showed their support to the parties they are favoring, and within Gaddi, they are so much committed to their favored party that they could not, that the Cold War could be seen, and big political parties and non-Gaddi leaders took advantage of their inter-caste discriminations. The Gaddi had started various organizations like Gaddi Vikas Samiti, Gaddi Sabha, All India Gaddi Union Community Morcha, Gaddi Welfare Board, Yuva, Gaddi Sangathan, and many more, which are working for the preservation and protection of their culture by with the help of big political parties. The Gaddi were very enthusiastic about the politics and did not even realize how big parties are taking advantage of them and creating rivalry within the community. So they should form a strong unit and do not allow any political party or other communities to take advantages from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani ma'am. That was a very informative presentation. We're waiting for Vani sir to join, and then we'll be starting with the technical session too.
Nomita, can you hear me? Nobody is there.
Yes, sir.
So, beta, what happened? Like it, she was sharing, Shivanshi was sharing the screen and was speaking as well, and then suddenly she simply disappeared. Maybe some kind of a problem at her end, like some network issue or something.
Her presentation is over, sir.
Acha, the presentation is over. So
we are waiting for the host, moderator, chair, and co-chair of the next session. Once they join, we can start.
Yes, it is going to start soon.
Acha, so like, is it that we are looking for the second session to start? I mean, this was the last paper of this session.
Yes, sir. I think the fourth speaker is not present. So we have
Dr.
to.
Pawan Mishra is there around? Dr. Pawan Mishra, can you hear me? No, he's not there. So Manya is coordinating for the next session.
Yes, sir.
So Manya, beta, please be active and
So Vani sir will be joining us in a minute, and then we'll be starting with the second session.
Acha. And what about Professor Gautam?
Deepshika ma'am is coordinating. It's coming.
I think he's not available at the moment.
Ma'am is coming.
Acha. नहीं है इसमें मनोहर वोडा and Arvind Kumar. Arvind is not there. Manohar Voda is also not there. What is this node? ये तो नहीं है कहीं. Ram Bhatla is still there. नहीं, दोनों ही नहीं है इसमें. तो ये खाली दो ही हैं इसमें, स्पीकर नित्या आहूजा एंड मंजू गणेश. Nitya Ahooja is there. And Manya, kindly also verify who all speakers are there. For example, Nitya Ahooja, I think she's there. And Miss Manju Ganesh is also, Dr. Manju Ganesh has also joined us, the second speaker. What about Manohar Boda and Arvind Kumar?
No, sir, they're not available. We'll be having two speakers for this session, Nitya Ahooja ma'am and Manju Ganesh ma'am.
Okay, so only two papers in this session.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which means that there could be a bit of gap, you see, between second and third session. Or Professor Queenie, could we start the session slightly early? I'm not sure if Professor A.K. Kapoor is there or not.
I think we can start. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon.
Professor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Have the ideas.
Manya, please proceed. Professor Vani sir is there.
Professor Vani sir, I seek your permission to call upon Nitya Ahooja ma'am to present. Professor Vani sir.
they're seeking your
बोलिए. Yes, okay, all right.
You are chairing this session, so they are seeking your permission to start the session.
Okay, I want the theme. What is the theme of this program? This webinar?
Program should be there with you, sir. Manya, could you share the theme?
I was wondering. Oh, you can just tell me.
Actually, it is technical session 2 basically, and there is no theme recorded for this session. So you have 2 papers basically.
Overall, I don't know overall. What's the overall theme of this whole webinar?
So Nitya Ahuja ma'am will be presenting on ethnic status of the DNSNCs.
Systems and traditions that mark their identity pursued by the larger society. Okay, all right. No issues, no problem. Okay. I think you can start with it, and you can invite the speakers. And
Thank you,
yeah.
sir. Nitya Ahuja ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello.
Nitya ma'am.
Manya, if she's not there, then I think the other speaker is also present.
Ma'am, she's here, but I guess, ma'am, you're not audible.
Nitya Ahuja is there. I mean, she's.
Yes, sir. Nitya ma'am, you're not audible. So do we start with the next presentation and we'll come back to Nitya ma'am after that?
No, Nitya is asking for a minute or so.
Okay.
Some problem she is trying to manage.
Yeah, there is some technical issue.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
This is Nitya Ahuja from Trinity Institute of Professional Studies, and I'm a student. So today's topic for my presentation is unique customs and traditions that mark their identity and how they are perceived by the larger society. The uniqueness of the culture fattens every day, not with the traditions that people are forgetting to follow as they modernize, but with the upcoming discoveries of new tribal traditions which were unknown to the society earlier. The traditions of these people, the DNTs itself, are something that makes these people different from the other people, and hence they shall be respected and should be given equal recognition in the society. Next slide, please. there is a popular quote by Greylock: ethnic diversity adds richness to the society. So as different societies of people, as different cultural people add on to the society, the ethnicity increases, the richness of the society, the composition of the society increases each day. Next slide, please. So here are various pictures of different societies, different tribal people who follow their traditions. One is that one is that of how they use horns to decorate themselves. The other represent how the people use the necks, which is their new identity. The other is a woman with cut fingers for the offenses that they commit. They cut their fingers there. So this is the different society, tribal societies in our country. Next slide, please. So starting with the introduction, diversity creates healthy tribes, and a healthy tribe gives you healthy resiliency and richness and flavor. Find your tribe, love them hard. It is a quote by a Canadian writer. So there is these denotified tribes who are referred to as criminal tribes earlier during the British Raj period between 1871 and 1947. Then the Indian government, after the independence, they replaced them and they were notified as denotified people, and they were treated as independent people rather than being criminal people, because they were no criminals. They were the part of a country who were just unnotified, who remained unnotified because they used to remain away from the society because of their traditions. The abbreviation DNSNCs refer to the denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic communities in the society, and there are a few other communities of people which are listed in the category of the denotified and the nomadic society. So the British government has by time declared tribes which are according to them as criminal tribes. In 1971, there was the Criminal Tribes Act, which provided that the local government, for any reasons to believe that any tribes or gangs or class of people is addicted to the systematic communication of non-bailable offences, the government, with the authorization of the general governor, shall declare such people as criminal tribes. Next, please. So here it shows how there are being summons given to the tribal people by the British government behind the picture. Next, please. So talking about the laws relating to these DNSNCs people. So first, yes, the Criminal Tribes Act, CTA 1871, which was revised twice in 1911 and then in 1924. The 1924 amendment was a big amendment which repealed the act, and in 1952 recommendations were made by Sri Iyengar committee. As a consequence of the same, certain tribes which were earlier notified as criminal were now denotified and known as the DTs, or the denotified tribes. And ever since then, the same notion has been continued for these people. Now, most of the DNCs are today known as the STs, that is scheduled caste, and the scheduled tribes, STs, and the other backward classes, OBCs. In 2008, the National Commission for Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, recommended that the reservations should be given for the SCs and STs so that they can be equalized with the other people in the community, because the composition was about 1100 million people, which 110 million people, which meant that there were so many in number that they should be given some prevalence in the society so that they can be known to the other people as well. So they were given reservations in the government jobs, in private jobs, and as well as in education system, so that they could educate themselves, and so that the other society does not demark them as separate or separate them from themselves. Next, please. So now talking about different laws, there are Article 14, which talks about equality before law, which says that even if the person belongs to any caste of the society, everybody should be treated equally in front of the eyes of the law. Then there's Article 15 of the Constitution, which prohibits the discrimination on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. So any person belonging to any of the society or any of the class of the society shall be treated equally in the society as the general people. Article 16 states that equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. Equal opportunity should be given to every person, and so there were reservations that were made, which made it easier for the people of the SCs and STs and the OBC to give their best to get a job or public employment and get employed or get educated in every field. Article 19, protection of certain rights regarding freedom of speech, stated that everybody in the society has equal rights to speak, no matter what community or what society do they belong to, and protection of life and personal liability. This is an important article, Article 21, because there were challenges that were being faced by these people. This is because they were being discriminated. They did not, they cannot protect themselves. They were being unprotected. They felt unprotected, and they were being attacked by the other people, sometimes armed attacks and everything. They were discriminated by the other people on the basis of the culture they followed, which made them aware that the protection of law and personal liability is important for them. So no person shall be deprived of his life, personal liability, except according to the procedure as established by the law. Next slide, please. Now there was this commission, the National Commission for Denotification, Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, that was set up, and in the year 2018, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi took various steps so that these people could be equified in the community. Next slide, please. So in the year 2008, the National Commission of Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes had some reservations available for these scheduled castes and the scheduled tribe, or which extended to the denotified people as well. And the commission further recommended that the scheduled tribes and the scheduled caste people shall be applicable upon them for the spreading of awareness between the people, and many governmental and non-governmental bodies were involved in the betterment of these people. Also, various schemes and education programs were introduced. So the government has been working for the welfare until today as well. Next slide, please. Now, accusation against DNTs. There are many accusations that have been put across them. India must scrape laws that tags some tribes as arbitrary criminals. This was something that read the headlines of a newspaper. Following in 1857 mutiny, 237 castes and tribes were given criminal by birth tag as per the 1931 Act. But after independence, the Habitual Offenders Act 1952 was replaced, and no committee was there who could question the existence of such tribes. Now, the discussion of the denotified group came into limelight recently in India when the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar were getting oppression in the state of India. The DNA government ruling at this center argued that what the Rohingya community back to Myanmar should go back to the Myanmar because they wanted to protect the fundamental rights of the citizens of India. The human rights activists opposed this view, and the India could not deport the Rohingya Muslims of Myanmar back. So similarly, there are tribes who were declared as criminals during the British Raj, but during now, after the independence, the fight has been going on and the fundamental rights have been guaranteed to such people. Today, there is no such, there are various criminal tribes such as Pahadis and Khanjas, which continue to remain affirmative because of the action that they do, and stripped upon their fundamental rights, justice, equality, and freedom to all tribes live out of fear and authorities still remains. Their stars being with no faults still have to face with consequences which on an urgent basis need to be wiped away. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Click it, please. So yeah, what is there that we should learn from the DNTs? Although tribal community aren't considered to be as a part of a society, but this doesn't mean that we can't learn anything from them. The few important points which are important to be learned from them are: number one, guardians of nature. The habitat of the tribal culture duly includes the forest. Now, how to protect the place we live in is something to be learned from them. They considered that nature has superpowers vested into it, and disrespecting it would mean a bad omen and bringing trouble for themselves. So they have been acting as a guardian of nature for years now. Equality in the society: the men and women have equal powers and do all the activities ranging from physical activities such as hunting and gathering food for eating to managing the children, doing the household chores. All have been doing equally. So there's equality in the society. It is indeed something to be learned by the 21st century, who call themselves as broad-minded people and at the same time state that women's duty to manage the kids and the house. The third point is anarchy. The community lives in a complete harmony without even a stain of fight between them. They have all the matters resolved, may it be in relation to property or the ruling members. The community themselves live together in a place with complete tranquility. The fourth one is abiding by the traditions. Today we modernize and duly forget our very own traditions, the one which helped us grow older, which helped us connect to the society, but the tribal community follow these cultures and grow and develop at the same time. This ought to be taken from the society. Remember your roots always. So this is something, a very important point for the society. Now, the government initiative in 2018, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi initiative to inform that a scheme similar to that of the Amul scheme will be introduced for the tribal community of the country for the sake of their development. Some of the schemes relating to tribal community that were introduced back then included a special central assistance to tribal sub-scheme, granted under the provision Article 275(1) of the Constitution, National Fellowship and Scholarship for higher education of ST students, and there are many more which were implemented. Some of them are still being worked upon and the others are yet to be worked upon. Next slide, please. So yeah, the review prohibited by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs in year 2020, it states that it includes provision that infrastructure for piped water supply for drinking, provisions of water for irrigation, community-led total sanitation initiatives, and provisions for the water for backyard nutrition, gardens, generation, sustainable livelihood, opportunities for the tribal people. So due to the spread of COVID-19, such facilities have not been provided to people at a large extent. So there were initiatives that were taken by the people, by the government at place, and so that every person, even the tribal people, could be provided with effective facilities. Next slide, please. So talking about the community today, the budget of the financial year 2021 was released, and rupees 21,731 crores budget for the community was allocated for the tribal people, for the DNTs. Now the question being here is, will that budget fill the bellies of the politicians and the bureaucrats and the government officials, or will it seriously be used for the development of the country? This is something that a regular check is to be kept upon. Next, please. Now talking about the conclusion, denotified does not mean that these people are actually out of notification or out of the society. It's just that they needed a mark so that people do not outlook them out of the society. So they were given the denotified group, the name as a denotified group. There have been classes as they have been classified as tribal because of less population and the cultural tradition that they follow. These traditions are usually different by nature, and these traditions are something that are followed within their culture from long time. Next slide, please. So here are the Angori Sadhus of Varanasi, which are a very popular tribe as a whole. These sadhus are the wandering monks who renounce all the earthly possessions with the intention to attain eternal spiritual liberation. These sadhus engage in post-mortem rituals, which include meditation on the corpse and cannibalism, which is although illegal in the country, but since they have been marked as a denotified tribe, they are allowed to follow the culture, remembering in mind that they have been following it for years. Also, they believe that that taking a dip in the Ganga River before sunrise in order to cleanse themselves for all the sins. The second is the Hola Mohalla warriors of Punjab, the tradition being found by Guru Gobind Singh, who was the 10th Guru of Sikhism. Hola Mohalla is a 3-day event that falls in the month of March, a day before the festival of Holi. It marks the beginning of the Sikh New Year. The tradition is held in the small town of Punjab, the Anandpur Sahib, which turns into a carnival. It showcases the martial arts of Nighan Sikhs, as known as the kirtans or religion chants, music and poetry, and ends with a glorious military style procession. Next slide, please. So this is the Ambuchi Mela, the tantric fertility festival of Assam. During the monsoon season in the middle of June, Ambuchi Hindu Mela festival is celebrated annually in the honor of Devi Kamakhya at the Kamakhya temple in Guwahati, Assam. This festival represents the nurturing power of fertile land. The temple is closed for 3 days during the festival, and it is believed that the Mother Earth becomes unclean during her period. During thus the post its purification, the temple is reopened and Kamakhya is bathed and prasad is offered. Since there is no idol of Devi Kamakhya, a uni-shaped stone is cleaned with water and covered in red cloth. Like the one mentioned above, there are many other traditions that remain unknown to the society, but yet people follow them at a large extent. Next slide, please. So there is one more tribe, that is the Madhya Badisanan in Karnataka. These are these scheduled tribes of the scheduled caste people who follow this tradition that after the Brahmins eat in their plates, they roll out on the food of the Brahmins so that they impress the god, and they shall be offered with such a food in some day, in some time. So they roll out on the leftover food of the Brahmins. That is a tradition in the community. There's one more picture here. Yeah, so there is the transgender festival of Puvagam, in Tamil Nadu, where the transgender people who marry only once in the year and to only the Avaram idol that was in Mahabharata before he died. Avaram, he wanted to marry a girl. It was his wish. And so Lord Krishna took the avatar of Mohini and married him. So these transgender people on that day marry Avaram idol, and then they break their bangles so that they could mourn the death of the Avaram after his marriage, instantly after his marriage. Next slide, please. For my tribe, the people I found years ago, we have found sanctuary in the irrelevant and in the off center, in the quickie. And that's how we stay entertained. And there's how we stay engaged in what would otherwise seem to be a really cruel world, a really hard world. RuPaul, an American drag queen who states this and is a part of the big community of America. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One more. Any questions from the audiences?
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very insightful presentation. I would now like to invite Manju Ganesh, ma'am, to make her presentation.
I think before you do that, I would like to ask the first speaker to give some conclusion of your all these presentations so that we get some concrete idea out of it. Because it was rolling down of slide after slide and very wide kind of thing. Could you give a conclusion of it?
Yes, sir, sure, sir. So there have been various laws that have been made. There were during the BJP government, there has been a budget which has been set. But the only thing is that these people, although remain denotified by their name, but are not denotified today, because general people do consider them as someone or something who are out of the society, but all they need is some recognition. Recognition can be given by giving them certainly some percent of reservations, which are already being given, but the only thing that people need to change is their mindset, so that these people, that we should accept them with open heart and open hands, that yes, like we follow our traditions, they also do it. It's just that they have certainly some different traditions, or they're less in number, which doesn't mean that they're outcast or they're out of the society. So all I need to conclude is that welcome them with open hearts. They're humans like you, and they'll obviously mingle in the society once you give them a chance to. We have something to learn from them, and we have something to give to them. So one-to-one basis, if we do it, we'll just get a new world to live with. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, you can proceed ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Manju Ganesh ma'am to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, you're
Yes, you
audible.
are audible. Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to meet you all in this session. I'm from Tamil Nadu. I'm from Madurai. I did my research on Criminal Tribes Act and its reclamation policy in Madras Presidency. Today, my topic is the Criminal Tribes Act and its impact. My session. Before I go to that, I'd like to clarify the term tribes in different juncture. That is, tribes means aborigines, nomadics, semi-nomadics, forest, and warrior tribes. In our Bharat Desh, we have a Kshatriya clan, which is also notified by the British as the warrior tribes. So when you come to denotified tribes, we have these 4 sections as warrior tribes, nomadic tribes, semi-nomadic tribes, forest tribes, which we call as scheduled tribes, and the aborigines. The Andaman aborigines are secluded, and we give all the protection to preserve them, and they are not in those people, those aborigines, their lifestyle is different, and they are not included in this denotified tribes category. Now, I would like to say about another important factor about this denotified tribes problem issues in India is every region has got different types of political and social economic problem with the denotified tribes. As British as East India Company entered, this Bharat Desh, as we call them, was 54 Desh, and each region has got its own cultural, traditional, religious impacts, and on civilization. So when you come to the southern parts of Bharat Desh, from Karnataka, Andhra, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, which consists of Madras Presidency by the British government. So what they want to take these Madras Presidency is before the East India Company, and in Vijayanagar time, it was after the vanishing of the great emperors like Chera, Chola, Pandya, Chalukya. We had these as feudal lords and the small samasthanams, zamindars, everything. So when British come to curb them, and the East India Company, Arkat Nawab was the main defeated Vijayanagar Empire, and for the loan Arkat Nawab got from the East India Company, they have started conquering the Madras Presidency feudal lords, which we call as Palekas, as polygons. So what we find in the northern Madras Presidency, it is not only the denotified tribes are mostly warrior tribes. And we don't have much of a nomadic tribes in Madras Presidency, but we have semi-nomadic tribes like from Karnataka, Andhra, and especially from Central Madras Presidency, who have come to do the what we call, they are the stone, they dig wells, they break the hills for all the transportation, everything. So as far as so this is the idea I must give to the session, that tribe, denotified tribe says is something different from region to region. In Madras Presidency, it is mostly used for a political and ruling, what we say, political ruling of the local tribe, feudal lords. First and foremost thing is, when in 1911, in Madras Presidency, the Criminal Tribes Act was introduced and implemented. But before that, from 1750, the feudal laws, the polygars, kept on fighting against the British and the Arcad Nawab of their invasion. And from that time onwards, till 1800, we got the complete section of First War of Independence, the Polygar War against the East India Company and the Arcad Nawabs. Then after 1800, the deporting of the warrior lords and the village, the landlords of the villages. All these people deported to the colonial estates of the East India Company. And from 1800 to 1857 till Sepoy Mutiny, we have got a session which is called the police action. It never ended, though we had all the what you say, all government, the East Indian Company's authoritative official notes about the history about the warrior tribes independence war against the East India Company, but it is all written only under the police action. But after 1871, when colonial Raj became, when India became under the British rule, by Queen Victoria's rule, 1871, when the Criminal Tribes Act was introduced from northern frontier, the entire and West Bengal and Mumbai and this very lately in 1911, it is introduced in the Madras Presidency. So what we find it is that in the Criminal Tribes Act and its impact is, it is different, it's entirely politically is based in the Madras Presidency. So there is not much of what we say in Madras Presidency. The southern region, the natives, the tribe, what we call the warrior tribes, are included in the denotified tribes as notified tribes, as criminal tribes, because they are rebelled against the British. When the famines and the started by the Victoria Holocaust, the famines that was man-made famines, and the laissez-faire policy of the British government made the people what you say, against the cruel taxation and for salt taxation, and all these taxations also made the peasants to rebel against the British too. So when the water, so to pacify the peasants' rules and everything, the Madras Presidency started Mullai Periyar Dam in 1886. And from there, it has want to pacify the rebellious groups of the feudal lords and the landlords. It has given the Mullai Periyar Dam project. But once again, even though the project has water has had a main irrigation, has started once again as a political pacification. It has not reached the entire southern region. It has been restricted to certain areas of the Kambam Valley and Melur. So their area were given to the those who supported to the British people, whereas the other regions who repelled were not given the irrigation supply. Further, another very important point is that is the entire DNT protest, everything in the Madras Presidency is based only on political basis, because those warrior tribes are the rulers of the land. They were, so when their police, when their power is taken from them, when the right is taken from their own land, So it has become more a political process than to the social economic process. So when forward block is formed by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, this and Pasamon Pu Muthramani Deva, our great leader and undisputed leader of the southern region of Tamil Nadu, he took the he took Netaji's support and his warrior community, and they started supporting Forward Bloc and Pasaman Muthramani Deva. The Congress from 1911, when the election has introduced and Justice Party was the first to come into this election concern of the Madras presidency, then the Congress, and later the Dravidian movements, all these parties, political parties, they never bothered about the DNT problems or issues, whereas they are more anti-Brahminization and they opposed the Brahmins, rather than they were very silent on the DNT warrior tribes people and the semi-nomadic people of the forest people of the Madras presidency. So what happened later? What happened? So the Criminal Tribes Act was another important, very important constraint for the people, for these people, those who lived in the feudal lords area, the regions. They had this Reiki system. They had to put the thumb impression in the police station. Every male member at the age of 18 have to come to the police station, put a thumb impression in the station, and they have to stay the entire night inside the station. And there is another thing is Radhari cheat, which is like passport. The person could not even go to his relation's village without this Radhari cheat. So it has restricted the movement so that British don't want any rebellious groups to form themselves. And so they restricted with the Radhari cheat and Reiki system for these warrior tribes not to combine together for a rebel. And the reclamation policy, though the British tried very hard to restrict them, but they couldn't. So what happened is, after the Pengamanallur, the great Pengamanallur massacre, where the people have revolted against this Criminal Tribes Act in 1921 April 3rd. So what happened after that? They prepared a reclamation policy, which is actually is to deport the warrior tribes from their land and take them to the industrial settlements and colonial estates all over the world. Wherever the British had their plantations, everywhere, from South Africa to Mauritius to Sri Lanka to Malaysia, Singapore. So they took everybody as industrial and also for plantation for cheap labors, because their timing, working conditions, everything was more as the bonded labors, and they are restricted by the labor department and the police department, not by the welfare department or the education department. So they are restricted only by the labor and the police departments. Please, next slide, please. They are this area, the Christian, they are given the welfare schemes in the name to the Christian missionaries. So which has got like Salvation Army, the Swedish missionaries. These are the missionaries, they came in the British period, and they took the responsibility of training these warrior tribes from their regular warrior or instinct to the clerical and vocational training for the industries. So they were banded the warrior tribes to use any arms from 1801. After the fall of Polygas, every Samastan and every feudal polygar regions, they are banded using the self-army under the weapons from the polygars. So afterwards, they want to change all this warrior military and the police of the warrior land of the polygars. So they want to take all those people into the training centers by the Christian missionaries. This is what we. This is one of the warrior lords and his wife in the region of Uslambati, which comes under the Criminal Tribes Act. So they are not poor people. They are not very aborigines. They are well civilized landlords, feudal lords, the chieftains. So these are the difference between the DNTs of North India and the DNTs of the Madras presidency. So we have most of the chieftains and feudal lords and the oligarchs. So the responsibility is they took the revenue, they had to control the revenue, the police, and they had their own military defense. So this has been taken by the Monroe's commission that has recommended the British to centralize police and the revenue system, so that the centralization of police and revenue goes to the British, and these lords, they have lost their jobs, their occupation as a cavalcars, as a police, as a defense, and as a revenue collectors. So they had to kind of find other occupations to settle themselves. So when they are fighting against the regular income, when the regular income from as a taxation for the revenue from the villagers, these are not stopped by the British. So what they did is they started rebelling against them. So they are made as a criminal tribes by the British. So there's a lot of difference we have seen. And above all, in southern India, mostly from Tamil land, I can say it as a Tamil land. We have more as a forest, as the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats are there. And we have an entire Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. We have got lot of this forest tribes, coastal tribes, and inland warrior tribes. We don't have much of nomadics or even the semi-nomadics people. That is the difference we have here. So after the highly civilized Tamil land for centuries, it has got its own kind of civilization, rules and regulations, which is overthrown by the British East India Company and by the British Raj, by the colonial Raj. So the awareness of political situation is more better than the other parts of North Indian, the North India in here. So in Tamil Nadu, the Madras Tamil land, I can say, this Kaval system is a major occupation of the warrior tribes. They have that, it is not that it is like a contract labors. So they can take care of the villages, they can take care of the towns, some of 10 or 15 streets. It comes under them. It is like an SP office under which they had a control. The chieftain will be like an SP, and under the judiciary, he has certain villages, certain, even in towns, he has certain streets or big place temples under his control. So like it is a different form of government they have had before the British. The old system of government are largely independent. They stand outside any internal conflicts of the village until they are required. They are not individual decentralized organization as a caste. The new system of British centralized police, the police touch every part of the village life with a centralized authority with the absence of a caste. So anybody can, as a police in the uniform, can enter anybody's house and they can torture or they can demand anything from the common villager. The whole system keeps the power and control is restricted under the village jurisdiction. We have a panchayat, we have a, the panchayat will decide what is its jurisdiction will be different. The new system, extremely powerful force, police, acts as an extreme powerful, so not even restricted by the magistrates. They even take the role of a revenue in exercising their authority. This is what still continues in our place. That's why we have, after the Criminal Tribes Act is removed, we have the Habitual Act, which is also gives the police more power to enter any village's house or any nomadic DNT peoples anywhere. They can go and claim their power and authority. This is the exact police station which acts as a police station, and inside this small house, some of the villagers with the male members of the Criminal Tribes Act will have to come and impress their thumb impression inside the police station. They have to stay here throughout the night. Only they are allowed only in the morning to go to the respective houses. That meanwhile, if any malpractice, if anyone is, this is called, I call a Radharichet, a passport, to restrict the criminal tribes, the rebellious, to move inside his own village, his own region. He cannot even go to his neighbor village or to his relation, whoever is in a neighbor village. He cannot go without this passport. This is called Radharichet. It has got 3 copies, one for the village panchayat head, one for the police, and one for the labor commission. So on the Madras presidency, in 1931 caste census, according to the 1931 caste census, the British government has given the warrior tribes as Kallar, Maravar, Ahambadiyar in Tamil, Race, Nayars, and in Kerala, in Malabar region, as the warrior tribes. So when the forward bloc was formed, and our great undisputed leader, Pasaman Mutramli Deva, this was the leader of forward bloc in Madras presidency, he combined the radical militant ideology of the Mukkulathos. We commonly call Kallar, Maravar, Ahambadiyar as Mukkulathos, 3 clans of warrior tribes, and he mobilized them and gave them a political awareness and educated them to change their approach in a political process. Till then, there have been continuous fighting. There have been guerrilla wars, there have been protest war everywhere. So from this kind of attitude, he took them to the political process and gave them, educated them how to deal with the update, the latest political electoral political protest to the British government. So that is what we have, even in till now in South India, we all respect and worship Sri Muttramlinga Deva as our protector and our guide. Is there any questions? You can ask. Thank you. So there is, as a conclusion, I could say there's a lot of difference between the Madras Presidency, the Criminal Rights Act, and the other presidencies, and especially presidencies like Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai, which Madras, which was the main commercial center for the British to import and export the Indian goods. So for them, they have imported many tribes from various regions, like from Odisha. We have a lot of people in St. George Fort, in and around St. George Fort, which is now called Madras, now as Chennai. So there we have the same way in Mumbai presidency, we have Bombay as a trade and industrial center. Same way with the Kolkata also. So which is nearer to the seashore, the capital would be near the seashore. So it is easy for the British to import and export for the interstate. So these areas, we have lot of other region tribes, tribal people are imported to the industrial area. For example, the southern region, people of southern region, the Maravas, Kallas, Mukkulathos of South Madras Presidency are seen mostly in Dharavi in Mumbai and same way in Calcutta. So they have been taken from here, all the rebellions, they are taken from here, they have been kept as laborers in this central commercial industrial capitals. So they're like that in around St. George Fort in Madras. They have a lot of Orissas, Saurashtras, weavers, and from Karnataka, they have a lot of laborers, but they have been imported to this industrial area. So we have find like Pune and Mumbai. In Tamil Nadu also we have behind the Trichy, we had an iron screen by the British. We doesn't know what happens to the warrior tribes or the criminal tribes. They have branded criminal tribes. So after St. George and around Madras, the capital of British, we have a different kind of sophisticated, educated, British trained Brahmins and high class, upper class caste people who ruled and who have guided the British in various ways, so that these oppressions are taken continuously but without any success. So I think I have given the conclusion, which is,
Yes.
I think it is,
But
you understand what I wanted to say?
I think you made a good presentation and tried to avoid a question from me. And on your own initiative, you gave the conclusion. But still, I will ask another question.
Sure, sir, you're welcome.
The question will be, to which best use your research can be put? How do you feel that your research is very important and it can be put some good use? What's that?
What's that? What I'm saying is the main problem in India is reservations. So everywhere, every region, we have got a different kind of reservations for the people, and every state we have a lot of problems in the reservations, and we have lot of cases against reservations. My research, I feel that it should guide, or it should give some light or open some kind of ideas to the people, like scholars like you and academic people, to sort some sort of justification to the reservation policy. For example, my research in the Madras Presidency about the Criminal Tribes Act, there have been the reservation after 1940, DNT's reservation is not properly recognized by the politicians and also by the bureaucrats. So we have a lot of confusion, as our chairman, Vikuramji Date, as we call Dadaji, has noted. The very caste certificate itself is a big confusion to our people, especially for the DNTs. So in Tamil Nadu, the son, grandfather will be in a DNT. Father will be in denotified community. Grandfather will be denotified tribe. The father will be denotified community, and the son will be in the most backward class. So a family from the same family, we have 3 different caste certificates. And where we'll go and ask for anything? Reservations. And everybody is nowadays talking more about reservations, and the reservation awareness has started throughout India. So that is why I thought my research will try to help something about the different attitudes of the regions and the political circumstances of the Criminal Tribes Act, so that we can have some conclusion on each places for each region.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, do we have any other presenter also for the session? Grateful to you, Dr. Manju.
No,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Manju ma'am. Sir, would you like to provide us a feedback for the sessions?
Is there any other speaker?
No, sir.
No. And would Professor Amarpal or Professor Queenie like to say something?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to say, if there are comments and feedback from the students or other participants, they could respond in the chat box. Otherwise, we are done with the session, unless, of course, sir, you have some comments to make, additional comments.
So, dear scholars, do you have something to say, something to ask? Please come forward. There are various scholars. I can see Richa Joshi, Indrani Mukherjee, so Ashok Kumar. Why can't you make some comments so that the speaker, researcher gets happy, you know? If you don't respond, then it looks very bad that way. Presently, there is a big issue that everybody has adopted the practice of saying and not understanding the other person. And if I take a lead from here, that, you know, this is worldwide, and it can be that why there is not an equal effort to understand another person. And this divide of we and they, I think this is quite unfortunate, because we are all first we. And then it's something very, a cultured way has to be found out to say, to differentiate. It should not be so crude way. It should not be, you know, so sometimes I can say it's an absurd way of saying they and we. I think, you know, anything begins from decency, culture, sincerity, and purpose, and that must be the we. So that's, I would like to say, but do we have any other scholar to make the comments? Otherwise, I'll say one or two things and finish the session. Okay.
I think, sir, you go ahead.
Okay, okay. So what I would like to say, what I could see from the speakers, that there was much stress on this Criminal Tribes Act. And basically, you know, whenever something is done, we have a formal expression of things and a real expression of things. The formal expression of things then was social engineering. That since, you know, there are somebody happens to be the, you know, the progeny of a carpenter, the progeny of a blacksmith. So there can be the progeny of a criminal also. So how, you know, this kind of thought and ideology that was made dominant, and therefore this kind of approach was adopted. But it was not said that we want to punish or subjugate or criminalize or find a way to bring under our colonial kind of that hunch the people. But it was that, okay, we need it for social engineering, identify this and reformation and all that. So here we have to look to that context. And now in independent India, we should not go like that. When we talk of a constitution, when we talk of the values we had during our freedom struggle, and we have a vision now. Now the question is that how much bright your vision is, how much influencing it is, how you are making the torch to shine, and how bright its flames are, how much enlightenment is coming from them. So you will find that a different kind of response, and you will find a transformation taking place, even if you find that there is some negativity or some negative practices, some negative thoughts are existing, or something which does not gel with your thought and other things. I would say the deficiency should be seen on this side, that how much we have been able to take the values which we adopted in the constitution to those regions, to those places, to those minds, and to what extent they were better to influence the thought and thought process of the people whom we say the other people and like that. Here is, you know, and when I visited some of the areas, and one of them I remember most is some tribe that was near to Mander or something like that. I have forgotten the name. And there, while we were having a meeting with those tribal people, then they were saying that, you know, we have a potential, we have a capacity, we have a thought, we have the ability, and why we should not be trusted and given space to do the things, to manage our resources to our benefit, and also we will share the benefits of all those resources with rest of the people also. And they had adopted a very good kind of concept. That means they were intellectually also sound. They said we must feel that in Delhi it is our government, and here it is we who are the government. What a very wonderful federal kind of juristic principle they had in their mind. It cannot be said that if they have not done LLBs and other things, they don't understand it. If they have not studied political science, it was so wonderful when they were saying that here we are the government, and in Delhi our government. That means everybody must feel so, and that means they have an open mind, they have a receptive kind of approach. But do we have something good to offer to them? That's very important. And if you have declared in your constitution right to education as a fundamental right, I wonder that have any strategic studies been made by any of the institutions like this Niti Aayog, I would say the Human Resource Ministry or Education Ministry, and UGC, or these NCRT and others, that how strategically we can realize the goal of fundamental right to education. It's not something that you will offer the midday meal and that's all what you are doing. And this is my challenge today. Come out with a document where you have not merely gone as you go in the education policy making very broad statements. No, show me a strategy document where you want to take right to education to the tribes in different states, and which kind of training and which departments you have engaged, and what have been the achievements so far. Let me not see the achievements. Tell me the failures. Tell me that failures were there in it. But where is the initiative? I am ready to listen that they themselves are responsible for its failures. Let you say it. But where was your initiative? How did you process it? Whom you had engaged? And if you are not doing that, then what sort of things you want them to be with you? Then definitely, if you will try to find the beast in if you call it the civilized part of the world, or otherwise the developed part of the country or nation, and you are telling them they are like this, then I would see that if an objective study is made, you'd find a larger percentage of the deviant minds in this part rather than that part of it. Now, I think we have to be very critical about things, but we have to develop a good kind of sincerity. We have to get to the pedestal of humanity. We have to be human, and we have to consider everybody is human. And there are many things which are more advanced in others. I always say primitive is most advanced. If you have to learn anything the best and want to be very progressive, pragmatic, and result oriented, you have to learn a lot from primitive, because that's original, that is on the ground, that's a natural response, that there is no gap between your thinking and the ground around. There is not any hypocrisy also. It's not polluted or diluted or adulterated by politics also. So that way, that primitiveness, you have to think of it, understand it, how they do it, and then only you can do the things. I know it, that it will not be done. It may not be done even for another 50 years. And there may be any number of non-governmental organizations. They will use the funds, they will use the opportunities, but will they get to that degree of sincerity? Will they get to that kind of true academics and strategic planning which they will offer, or request the government that kindly come forward? And then will any university, they are being graded as this, that, I am number 1, I am number 5, I am number 20. What university? Tell me, is there any university that has approached these areas with their what is the product, what is the thought, what is the initiative? Have they adopted a tribe and then they have brought any development there, and then they have understood the things that way? I long back I read one of the books of Imtiaz Hussain of JNU about these tribal customs and other things. I think it's 40 years before, or maybe more. But then what later on was done by his university or any other university to see that if there was anything to be understood and anything to be followed, what was there? And then who has evaluated the government actions, if they have been taken, about their health, about their other this kinds of understanding of the world, their future, our being together. Where are the evaluation reports? And then I was also thinking, when these slides were being rolled down, I was thinking that where from they have taken the methodology. What methodology was adopted, and who has given you that methodology? Unless you evolve it yourselves, keeping in mind the constitutional goals, keeping in mind the ethos, the real ethos of the nation and real vision of the nation, how can you adopt anybody's in collecting the data, these many, and counting the heads and counting this thing? What's all this kind of methodology which you are get using, adopting, teaching, everything? Reject it, throw it. Take some kind of this step sincerely towards attaining the objectives. Frame your own these kinds of methodologies and adopt them with choice, connected with the goal. Then only you can do it. And I would also say the institutions which have been established for this purpose, I don't know who is manning those institutions, and are they trained in shaping the methodologies, in developing the programs that way? So how long you will keep this kind of culture in academics and governance, and then legislation, and all that? I don't know that why there should be the sessions of parliament only for few days in this season, few days in that season. Why can't there be, you have give, and not you have to speak only for 20 minutes, you have to speak for 10 minutes. This is a big nation, and there is so much to come to the fore. I am interested to hear from anybody, hours together. What is the state? What happened in the last 1 month? Of at least having alternative months, the sessions in parliaments, in legislatures, in UGC meetings, in university meetings, at least evaluate something, come out. And how long you will say, they are they, we are we, they have to do this, they have to, what is all this kind of thing? I'm sorry to say that, for being, not sorry, but it is still sorry, because when nation is not prepared for those kinds of things, I think I would have liked any lawman that if Krishna Iyer left the Supreme Court these 30 years before, then tell me what more jurisprudence was developed, and what's being done after that, and what do you think of another 40 years? What will you do there? And how can you address the issues of these tribals and others? Yes, they did in England. They did it, and they whatever good or bad, they did it thoughtfully, well, good understanding, with objectives in mind. And I have a very great historian there also, Professor Queenie. I think they were very sound in their understanding and objective. I'm not going to the good and bad of it, but I'm going to the consciousness of it. They were conscious of the things they were doing, and what we are doing. This is an imitative kind of approach, and this is not going to lead us anywhere. And that's I think that's enough. I should say at the moment. And then this, caste and other things. I think it should go now. It doesn't, behoove anybody in this civilized world. And after having so many realistic scientific studies, and then, the understanding the reality behind spirituality, divinity, other things, we can maintain them. But that does not require all these kinds of things. I know in England, when people were equalizing, then those with their minds obsessed somewhere that we are higher, they started using some Latin terms in their conversations to differentiate. But you are not different. You are trying to differentiate. So there are so many things which from tribals must be understood academically, truly analyzed, adopted also, and the root has to be found that that kind of existence in nature should continue. If they are in true nature, we have to facilitate it. And if we are going somewhere, we have to get to the nature, and we have to have our own strategies and meet the challenges otherwise also. So, dear friends, I would again say that if Constitution has to be the guide, take it as a torch, make it shine bright and bright and bright, so that others understand your values, your vision, your understanding, and get everybody together. So, I would say if there is something more to be said or done, then I would like to request the anchor of the session to you throw some praise on me, and then you close the session. That is what is reality
And
of.
you are inimitable. Nobody can say after you.
That was very insightful, sir. We really look forward to more such discussions with you.
Okay, definitely.
With this, we come to the end of session 2. And now I would like to hand over to Rajnikant, sir, who will be taking forward session 3.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Manju ma'am and other speaker and Professor A.P. Singh, Professor Queenie.
Thank you,
God
sir.
bless
Thank you
you
so much.
I have to get some other program, otherwise I would have remained connected. I'm sorry for that.
No, please. Thank you for joining.
Okay,
and thank you for sparing your time.
Okay, thank you so much. God bless you.
Please unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I was asking, we start the session or we should wait because it is scheduled from 3:30, and our chair, I think, Professor.
I think Professor Kapoor is here. Maybe we can invite him to say a few words.
Okay. So
yes,
I think
Professor Kapoor is there.
Okay. On behalf of the organizing committee, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome all the delegates in the third technical session of this 2 days seminar. And we are fortunate to have two distinguished scholars to join us as a chair and co-chair in the presentation. So I will take this opportunity to introduce both the chair and co-chair of the session, and then request the respective chairs to organize the session according to the plan. So it is my privilege to introduce Professor Anup Kumar Kapoor, who has been the professor of anthropology at the Department of Anthropology and has a vast experiences of around 40 years of learning and teaching anthropology in the Department of Anthropology at the university. He has published around 25 books, more than 300 articles, and I was looking at his CV, which runs no less than 40 pages, includes around 300 peer-reviewed articles, more than 25 authored and edited volumes, then around 20 projects funded by ICMR, ICSSR, UGC, CSIR, Linux Diagnostics, Germany, University of Delhi, etc. He has taught many papers and specialized papers in demographic anthropology. Sir has started and initiated a forensic anthropology course, and as head of department, he has very successfully established this course in the department. Sir has served in various capacity in the administrative positions of the University of Delhi, in the many governing bodies of the different colleges and different committees of the Delhi University. And at the same time, he was Deputy Proctor of Delhi University from 1989 to 2004. Sir has also the opportunity to serve as the Vice Chancellor of Jivaji University, Gwalior, and he retired from his active service in January 2019. He has been awarded several awards like Ruchi Award, Lifetime Education Achievement Award, Vidya Ratna Award, Man of the Year Award, Dr. Panchanand Mitra Memorial Award, and he has also been elected as the sectional president in Anthropological and Behavioral Science of Indian Science Congress. This is a very brief introduction from his long CV, but I, as student of Delhi University Department of Anthropology, has always looked upon Sir as a role model when I joined as a faculty member in Central University of Jharkhand. So I welcome you, sir, as chair of this session. We are also fortunate to have Professor Quini Pradhan Singh as our co-chair, and ma'am is Professor of Modern and Contemporary History at University School of Law and Legal Studies, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi. She graduated from the Center for Historical Studies, JNU, and during her PhD, she was awarded Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Scholarship to conduct her doctoral studies given by Nehru Memorial Fund during 1997-1999. Professor Pradhan has more than 20 years of teaching and research experience, and she specializes in areas of like British Empire in the Hills, environment, social and legal history. She has recently published a very important volume from Oxford University Press titled The Empires in the Hills, Simla, Darjeeling, Uttarakhand, and Mount Abu. Ma'am has also published various articles, peer-reviewed journals, several chapters, and even contents for the distance learning courses in history, etc. And her career profile is quite interdisciplinary, and ma'am was also elected as the fellow of the Indian Institute of Advanced Study for 2 years in 2010 to 12. He was also a visiting chair for Indian Studies Abroad at the University of Vienna, Austria, and in 2018 for 1 semester. So with this brief introduction, I welcome both our chair and co-chair and request them to organize the session. I think we have as per schedule, we had 4 speakers, but I was informed that only 1 speaker is present. So may I request Professor A.K. Kapoor, sir, to kindly allow us to start the session.
Could anyone check with Professor A.K. Kapoor?
His profile is visible, but
yeah, he's there. I wonder if there is some technical issue.
No, he is not visible online.
Could somebody check with him? Okay, please go ahead. We can go ahead, and meanwhile, please try contacting him. So I think we can invite Dr. Anil Devidas Pal, who's from who is the National General Secretary, and he's going to present today on Denotified Nomadic Tribes Development Council, All India. I think that's his National General Secretary, and his presentation today is on National Commission on DNTs and NCDNT, its impact on government and synthesis of welfare schemes and decision making by government. May I request Dr. Anil to please come forward.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
I would like to wish you happy 70th DNT Day to all of you. Before start my speech, I would like to give my tribute toward the late Professor Vinay Kumar Shrivastava sir. I am also thankful to the University School of Law and Legal Studies, Guru Govind Singh Indraprasth University, Dwarka, Delhi, and this all organizing committee. Today, I am giving a speech on National Commissions on DNTs, that is a Hidate Commission, its effect on government and synthesis of welfare schemes, and what kind of decisions taken by the government of India. Dear friends, denotified tribes, that is labeled as a criminals through a legislation by the British government, and were denotified by post-independence nomadic tribes, maintaining a constant geographical mobility. Semi-nomadic tribes, SNTs who are on the move, but return to fixed habitations once a year mainly or occupational reasons. The term denotified and nomadic tribes can be traced to the Criminal Tribes Act 1871. Actually, these are the tribes, but in your prospectus, I seen that your return communities. If Criminal Tribe Act is there, how they can become a communities? Actually, they are the tribes. So colonial government notified nearly 200 tribal communities to be hereditary criminals and subjecting them to constant harassments by the administrations after India gained independence. These tribes were denotified from the list of criminal types, and hence the term to address the term denotified tribes comes. So for the development and welfare of these tribes, number of commissions were appointed. Number of commissions were appointed. So actually, these are those tribes who raised the first freedom movement against the colonial government, and they put by the Britishers in the Criminal Tribe Act 1871, and then they call it as criminal tribes. Nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes, really, these are the protectors of the country's traditions, folklore, religions, and cultures from foreign aggregators. Actually, they are the culture savers. They are the culture protectors of our country. But this, from the British government to the Till government, the freedom fighters are known as the criminals. The culture savers are known as the beggars. So this is a tragedy. So I'm very thankful the Law University, the School of Law, is organizing this kind of event regarding their social, legal, and historical perspectives on the status of the DNTs of this country. So there have been many commissions and committees which have expressed the concerns about the status of these communities. The Kaka Kalelkar Commission is there, was there, and in the Kaka Kalelkar Commission is a rejected commission, and in his commission's report, only 1 or 2 paragraphs is described about the DNTs, and in that report, he mentioned instead of tribes, he mentioned communities, and many of government and many of us has taken these communities instead of tribes. So the rejected commission, we have approved some lines of these reports. Then the Lokur committee is there, Then Mandal Commission report was there. In that, we find the Mandal Commission report is mentioned that the depressed backward classes and most backward classes, which include the most of the denotified and nomadic tribes, did not get the same opportunities of assimilations as the intermediary classes. So in 2002, there was a Justice Venkatachalaya Commission also. He took a serious note of the DNTs and NTs and recommended that the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment along with the Ministry of Tribal Welfare should coordinate between themselves to formulate policies for strengthening the education, economic development and establishment, rehabilitations of these communities. The Earthwide Planning Commission has also been recognizing the need for the development of these communities from time to time, has been recommending formulation of targeted schemes for these communities. Then in 2003, the Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji announced on 15th August in 2003 from the Red Fort, he is going to establish the National Commission for DNT in the first time in the history of Indian political, social, economical development. He appointed a commission under the Justice KP Naik, under the chairmanship of Justice KP Naik, but due to some reasons that commission has not worked. In Maharashtra, under the leadership of Gopinath Mundeji, Dada Idateji, in the presence of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, they organized one large-scale Mahamela at the Pandharpur, and in that Mela, Atalji announced he will be reconstitute that National Commission for the DNTs, and unfortunately government has gone, and in the Congress government, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh announced a reconstituted commission under the chairmanship of Balkrishna Renke ji. So Balkrishna Renke ji submitted his report in 2008. He started work in 2005 and submitted report in 2008. From 2008 to the 2011, there was nothing happened with the Renke Commission, and in that parallel, there was a technical advisory group known as a TAG group under the chairmanship of Ganesh Devi. In 2011, the Manmohan Singh government appointed one committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Narendra Jadhav. In 2014, after the submission of report in 2008, in 2014, that Narendra Jadhav committee has stated that they are not satisfied regarding this report and government need another commission for the DNTs. Unfortunately, that government also gone from the power, and then Narendra Modi government come in the power. And then in 2015, the National Commission for Denotified Nomadic and Semi-Nomadic Tribes were appointed under the chairmanship of Shri Bikuramji Idate, and from then this commission is known as a Idate Commission. So this commission is travel, according to my knowledge, this commission is the first commission who visited 36 out of 36 state and UTs in their tenure without taking any single leave. That commission has completed the report and submitted on the 9th January 2018. It means this commission was appointed, take a charge on 8th January 2015 and submitted a report on 8th January 2018. Within the 3 years, that commission has submitted its report. After the submission of report, that number of decisions were take place. But before that, I would like to summarize some of the recommendations. So that commission has recommended very important recommendations. So to committed to the goals of uplifting these communities to ensure for them justice, equality, and good life, after consistently attempting to identify these communities, put forth the following recommendations like a permanent commission. There should be a permanent commission. So in government, there are a number of commissions, okay, like that ST commission is there, ST commission is there, OBC commission is there, then again Safai Karmachari commission is there, handicap handicap commission is there, then women's commission, number of commissions are there. This commission proposed there should be a separate permanent statutory commission for the denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes. Then second, there should be a separate department or directorate. Actually, most of the DNTs are covered under the OBC department, and some of them are in SC and in ST. So this commission proposed there should be a separate department, then can only the funds should be allocated properly to these communities. Then third recommendation is removal of anomalies. It means some, for example, Banjara community. So these Banjaras are in SC, ST, OBC and open, and in Maharashtra they are in VJ. It means DT, denotified tribes. In Maharashtra there is a separate reservation for DNTs. 11% reservation is there in education and job. So this commission find, for example, Kanjar Bhat, Sasi, they are synonyms. Dhangar, Pal, Gadriya, they are also synonyms. So there should be a single name of the caste, and the anomaly should be removed. So removal of such anomalies and rationalizations of classification should be done wherever possible, subjects again to ethnographic studies and after following the due procedure of the designating them. So it will be very easy. There is a single caste certificate should be there, and the single caste name should be there across the country. Then this commission is a proposed census. So it is necessary that the states and UTs have information about the population of NTDNTs in the state, in a various districts. There is a need for the detailed survey of the families of the DNTs to work out their estimated population and their concentration in various regions, districts of states and UTs. So caste-based census was done in 2011, but still the data is not declared. So this commission recommends that the results should be released selectively, at least in respect of the NTDNT communities. Alternatively, the data should be made available to the central state governments, which would be useful in formulating policies for these communities. And with the 2021 census around the corner, this commission recommends that a proper and systematic caste-based census should be done, especially in respect for these DNTs. So I will come on another recommendation, that is due representations. So when I travel across India from Jammu to here, I also find that there is no political social wise for these tribes. So this commission proposed there should be due representations. It means the governor appointed MLCs are there, Rajya Sabha MPs are there. So this commission recommends there should be one nominated representative in both legislative council and in Rajya Sabha. Also from block, taluka, mandal, panchayats, there should be a due representation for these tribes. Then constitutional safeguards. During the commission's works, that commission find out very prominently that these tribes belonging to these NTDNT and SNT have been suffering socially, economically, politically due to lack of specific legal provisions to protect their interests. Though many of these tribes are included in SC, ST and OBCs, they fail to get any benefit of these categorization like other communities. These tribes face a social stigma, atrocity and exclusions. The commission therefore recommend that the government should provide a strong legal protections and constitutional safeguards, including the extension of Protection of Atrocities Act to the DNTs by creating a separate third schedule as a schedule denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes. Then the seventh recommendation is a sub-quota. There should be a number of problems arising to create a separate third schedule, that is a schedule DNT. So these communities are already included in the SC, ST and OBCs. So they are usually crowded out by the relatively better communities among the SC, ST and OBCs. When it comes to availing of the benefits of the reservation of the higher education and public employment, this commission recommend that if a creation of separate schedule is not possible to the government, so there should be a special sub quota. It means category within the category. For example, SC DNT, ST DNT and OBC DNT. So the government has already constituted a 5-member commission which is examining the issues of subcategorization of OBC quota. That is a Rohini commission is there. The commission recommend that the DNTs, NTs and SNTs may be grouped a separate category which will enable them to avail the benefit of reservation deservedly. The 8th recommendation is definition of NT and DNT and identification and listing of communities. Dear friends, as I have participated in number of seminars and webinars, still we are not discussing about the what is the perfect definition of DT, NT and SNTs. As DT, NT and SNT are the separate group, so why they are put into the SC, ST and OBCs? As a tribe, they are included in SC, ST and OBCs. So there should be a proper definition of these DT, NT and SNTs. There should be a single caste certificate like SC, ST and OBC DNT to be issued instead of giving to separate certificates. So the most important thing is destigmatizations and the protection from harassment. So as we learn that these tribes are the most neglected, more extreme backward, that is stigmatized and marginalized tribes of this country. So there is a very cruelly harassment by the society, by the government and by the police also. The criminality should be conducted among the NT-DNT or vice versa other communities. This would help to eradicate the stigma of criminality on these tribes. As at present majority of them are leading lawful life, this would also help in improving a public image and reduction of discrimination against them. So as today we are celebrating DNT Day. Today we are celebrating DNT Day across the India. What we are celebrating? The government repealed Criminal Tribe Act 1871. Okay. In another hand, what the government done? They inserted Habitual Offenders Act 1952. It is a shadow of CTA 1871, nothing but. So the Habitual Offenders Act need to be immediately repealed by the respective states as it gives scope for the harassment of the members of these DNTs. So formally we criminal tribes, known as criminal tribes. So according to my knowledge, only one state is there in India, Haryana government repealed this or nullify this act from his state. So it may be noted that in 2007, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discriminations in its concluding observation expressed a concern and stated that the so-called denotified and nomadic communities which are listed for their alleged criminal tendencies under the formal Criminal Tribe Act continue to be stigmatized under the Habitual Offenders Act 1952. That is Article 2, subsection 1. The children as well as adult members of these NT-DNT communities, especially women, face harassment, exclusion and humiliation in schools and workplaces. Such cases must be made liable for disciplinary action both in schools and workplaces. The suitable anti-bullying codes must be drafted and adopted. It is very important that the states concerned be persuaded to fall in line. So there is a very important that this recommendation is very much important regarding their harassment and destigmatizations. Then another recommendation is a raising awareness. Sir, raising awareness is a very important. As I said first in my first statement of the speech, these tribes are the first freedom fighters and they are the culture savers. But still, number of DNT warriors, they sacrifice their life to freedom of our nation. For example, Umaji Raje Naik from Maharashtra, he was the first freedom fighter and recognized by the government of Maharashtra. Then, for your kind informations, from Tamil Nadu, there was a King Pulithevar also was there. He has done a great fighting against the Britishers, but still he is missing from the history. Then from Tamil Nadu, in the Azad Hind Fauj, 40,000 denotified tribes known as Marwars was there, and they sacrificed their life for the nations. Everybody knows the Jallianwala Bagh Hatyakand, but between that period, the same that is a Hatyakand was happened near the Madurai, and British soldiers killed 17 DNT warriors, but still the history is missing. So the raising awareness is very important. As we know, the Sangoli Rayanna from Karnataka, Vade Obana from the Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. So many of them are there, some Singh Pardi, like that. So the raising awareness is very important, because during the administrative training, both for the police and administrative, there are a separate chapter on these denotified or criminal tribes. So during the training, these officials creating a very bad thinking about these criminal tribes during the trainings, and after they come on the chair, they start to applying, and they think that these are the criminals. By birth, these are the criminals. From grandson to their grandfather to the grandson, they are creating, no, these are the criminal tribes. And the today's in situation, every society has a criminals. Every society has a criminals. Every village has a criminals. It not means the all village or category, all caste, they are the criminals. Every home, every village, every city, every community, there should be number of people, they are doing the crimes, but it not means the all society doing the crimes. So the raising awareness is a very important. So this commission is recommended that there should be awareness program, there should be a special sessions during the training of the Indian administrative and police services. So there should be a special topic on these denotified and nomadic tribes, how they sacrifice their life for the nations, and like that. So also this commission recommended that the government should include their history in the books. The government should include there are some chapters on them in the university levels, in the school and college levels. The government should make some films, some short films regarding their contribution to the development of the nations. And also this commission is recommended that the NCERT and state school boards must examine the possibility of having a section in the school syllabus dedicated to the history of these communities to help the sensitizations and awareness. The 11th recommendation of this commission is special focuses in the mainstream policy measures. So national and state level organizations dealing with the voter cards, Aadhaar cards, PDS cards, old age pensions and related pensions, BPL certificates and various other entitlements also need to be sensitized the DNT communities and consciously endeavor to bring them into the national mainstream. There should be a anti-DNT cell in the National Human Rights Commissions, because इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा अगर किसी के मानवीय अधिकारियों का उल्लंघन होता है तो वो इस देश की इमुक्त घुमंतु एवं अर्ध घुमंतु जनजातियां है. So this commission recommended should be a separate cell for the DNT in national and state human rights commissions to sensitize these organizations to the issues and problems of these communities. A working group should be created in Niti Aayog to plan for a sectorial development of these DNTs with a vision for 2030 that is coterminous with the sustainable development goals. The University Grant Commission, that is a UGC, and ICSSR should fund more research projects for studying the NT-DNTs. Several research scholars have reported that they are facing issues in getting scholarship from the UGC. This issue needs to be resolved on priority basis. If the NT-DNT and SNTs have not come into the mainstream even 70 years after the independence, it is because focus and monitoring have been lacking. So the another recommendation is a special grant in aid. The central government is due to appoint the 5th Finance Commission shortly to suggest the principles governing the distribution of tax proceeds among the center states and local bodies for the 5 years period from 1/4/2020 to 31/3/2025. In the grants in aid made to the states, it is usual to earmark certain parts for specific purposes. This commission recommends to the 15th Finance Commission that a small beginning may be made by making a grant specific to these DNTs, at least 10,000 crore to be released to the states as an additionality in order to supplement the share of the DNTs under the mainstream policy measures. The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, and the various NGOs involved with the DNTs should make a strong pitch with the 15th Finance Commission for the earmarked grant for these DNTs. And 13th recommendation is identifying intermediates. The major problem of these tribes is to identify the intermediates, because nomadics and semi-nomadics, they're migrating from one place to another place. They have a very much small concentration of educational awareness. According to these commissions, out of 15 crore population, as this commission is proposed a 15 crore population, so only 2% are well educated. Only 2% education rate is there. So if the government prepared the policies, but the main problem is to reach to the last person of this community. So identifying intermediate is a very important recommendation to the government. So this will be channelized communications between the government and the last person of these communities. So this intermediate should be designated as a community contact persons, that is a CCPs, and given a block level and district level training about the various issues and problems faced by the DNTs, their rights and entitlements, and the various schemes of the center and the state, both the general and specific. Like so these community contact persons can be expected to spread the word among the other members of their communities and to make them generally more aware. Such peer-to-peer communication is superior to down communication of the bureaucracy. The commission recommend the system of community contact persons may be adopted in order to make these NT-DNT aware of their rights and entitlements. Then the 14th commission recommendation is education. The literacy level among the NT-DNT communities continue to be challenged, particularly among the women due to migratory lifestyle, acute poverty, lack of awareness of the importance of education, and poor access to the educational facilities. The literacy rate is much lower, and the school dropout ratio of children belonging to these DNTs is significantly higher than other communities, where these NT-DNT prefer vocational educations and training. The same should be provided, and appropriate skill development program should be designed as part of the national skill development program for these communities. So you have seen everywhere these NT-DNTs are the by-born, they are skilled persons. So before the independence, their contribution is the GDP was so much high. So as you heard, Gadia Lohars, Sikligas, Shepherd community, Kalbilia, their Patharwat, Wodar communities there. They created number of roads, forts, then cloths, then woolens, and then what you say in agriculture instruments, a number of there. But after the urbanizations, they lose their economic sources. So and so they need a specially skill development program, especially vocational program, and also this commission recommend that the National Institute of Open Schooling provides should provide their vocational training, life enrichment, and community oriented courses to these tribes. Then open basic education program should be there. So many of these NT-DNT communities may not be aware of this opportunity. So that the commission recommend a newly centrally sponsored scheme with the center and states contributing in the ratio of 50-50 may be devised, by which registered NGOs or community contact persons are encouraged to enroll students and youth of these DNTs in elementary, secondary, and senior secondary education through the national opening schools. So for the higher educations and for various competitive examinations conducted by the UPSC, state PSCs, railway board, banking, and etc., the students of these NT-DNT should be provided with all fee concessions, scholarships, and other benefits and facilities that the students of SC and STs are currently enjoying. Then another 15th recommendation is health. The health is a major issue for these communities, mostly related to the women's. So including preventative healthcare, immunizations, family planning, communicable diseases, that is HIV/AIDS, supplementary nutrition to the children and anemic mothers, medical insurance, early childhood development, etc. They are likely to have a little or no access to medical facilities. In February, I visited Wayanad district in the Kerala, and I had a meeting with Kundavadian community is there. Actually, they are living in the forest from last 100 years. Still, they are not included in any reservation category in Kerala. So they are in general in Kerala. The total population is 550 in a state, and all they are living in the Wayanad district. And out of 550, 90 are suffering from sickle cell anemia. So this kind of major health issues are there due to the lack of awareness. So this commission recommended that that the doctors and public health officials must be sensitized to the special needs of these DNTs and trained to ensure that the various benefits available under the mainstream health policies. So ASHA workers should be appointed from the NT-DNTs communities so that the community can utilize health services schemes effectively. There should be a mobile dispensaries should be provided, which will periodically visit the camp to these NT-DNTs and render them necessarily medical assistance. Health professionals belonging to these communities must be attached to these mobile dispensaries wherever possible. Then land and housing is a 16th recommendation. At present, a very large number of families belonging to the DNTs are without permanent shelters and dwelling of any kind at all. They live in a slum-like conditions without the benefit of common amenities such as clean drinking water, sanitation, electricity, etc. to the outskirts of villages and towns or on roadsides. The encroachment of the DNTs on government land by way of housing should be, as far as possible, regularized, and pattas or a title should be given to them by relaxing the criteria relating to the permanency of the shelters. During the visits of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, I observed that Criminal Tribe Act repealed in 2011, and the British governments created settlements, criminal tribe settlements. The Britishers what means the collected 10 peoples from each and every villages, and they create a criminal tribe settlements, and then they also around them they created one wall and gate. They cannot come out to the settlements. But still these peoples are living in that settlements from 1911, but still the land or pattas not allotted on their name. They are living there, still land is not allotted to them. So the land and housing is a major issue regarding these DNTs. So this commission is recommended that the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana must be earmarked for the members of these DNTs adopting districts at the unit of computing the percentage. It means there should be a separate cell for in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana for the DNTs. Then again, special housing projects with the full-fledged infrastructure for the DNTs should be taken by the state and central governments. So this is a major issue. Today also these DNTs are facing across the India. And another is the forest rights. Most of the anti-DNT community residing in the forest areas often face harassment from forest officials and law enforcement. This kind of issue facing by the shepherd community, mostly the shepherd community or pastoralists. So these officials should be sensitized about the fact that livelihood of these communities are largely dependent on the forest. So forest right, grazing rights, and passage rights for the nomadic pastoralists across states boundaries and within a single state for the communities dependent on sheep, camels, goats, yak, buffaloes, bears, birds, and insects need to be ensured. In order to initiate the process, the benefit of Scheduled Tribes Recognition of Forest Act 2006 may be extended to the nomadic tribes. The Indian Forest Act and Wildlife Protection Act may be reviewed and properly amended to ensure that the peripatetic groups and pastoral nomads are not harassed by the forest authorities or other law enforcement authorities. So there is a centrally sponsored scheme for the scheduled tribes for the monitoring, monetizing minor forest procedure produce called the mechanism for marketing of minor forest produce, that is the MFP, through minimum support price, that is the MSP, and development of value chain for MFP implemented by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. This should be extended to DNTs and exercise. Then another 18th recommendation is the skill development and employment. An exercise of proper vocational analysis of these DNTs must be undertaken at the district level and must from the basics for appropriate spatial policy initiatives to promote skill development and employment. So educated members of DNT must get a spatial coaching, vocational guidings, trainings, and other avenues for the public employment, the same manner as SC and ST increase their employability. There are number of DNT communities possess expertise in herbs and medicines. So their expertise can be utilized in the collection and development of herbs and medicinal plants, which in a great demand in the country and outside also. A separate National Finance and Development Corporation for DNT on the line of the National Scheduled Caste Finance and Development Corporation should be set up to promote various welfare schemes for these tribes. The micro unit development and refinance agency bank, that is the Mudra, can be asked to proactively refinance loans mean for small and micro enterprises belong to these DNTs. Then 19th recommendation is women empowerment. Women from the NTDNTs are very vulnerable group as they are the subjects of double discrimination, firstly due to their community and secondly due to gender. Sexually exploitation and atrocities against these women often go unreported. The National Commission of Women must be constituted cell, a separate or a specific cell to deal with the problems of women from these DNTs. So DNT women should be given a priority while providing loans, training, asset building, land distribution, etc. Women among the DNT are economically active and are frequently the only breadwinner of families. Attention should be paid to the health, education, and protection of the DNT girl children. The last recommendation is preservation of culture, and handicrafts. These tribes reach these tribes long and rich culture and centuries of in artisans and handicrafts items made by them are very popular and antique, okay, in the country as well as in the international market. It is therefore recommended that a separate academy may be established to protect and preserve their art, culture, sports, and indigenous knowledge. The academy can also help to develop a leadership qualities among them. So these recommendations recommended by this commission to the government of India and hand over his report to the Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment. So what apart from these recommendations, this commission is proposed. There is a 15 crore population of DNTs in the India. Secondly, this commission reported 1,658 denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic tribe across the country. So it includes 477 denotified tribes, 891 nomadic tribes, 25 semi-nomadic tribes. So out of these 1,655 tribes, still this commission observed, identified 265 DNTs, that is a 94 denotified tribe and 171 nomadic tribe, still not classified any reservation category of their concerned state and UTs. So after the submission of report, in the budget session, the government of India has taken some decisions also. I think according to my knowledge, this is the first commission who considered very fastly by the government. Within the few months, the government of India has sent the report of commission to the all states for their remark. Also, the government of India sent the report of this commission to the 22 different departments to the government of India for the remarks. So depend on these, the government of India taken some decisions. So this is the first commission. This commission is appointed in 2015, and just after the 1 month, of the establishment of this commission, as per the suggestion of the chairman of the commission, Dada Idate, the central government immediately decided to set up DNT grievance redressal committee under the district collector at the district level in each state and union territory. The letter from the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, DO number 16014/02/2016, dated 22 February 2015, by the Anita Agnihotri, who was the secretary of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. He released a letter to regarding the district level DNT grievances redressal committee. Then regarding 265 unidentified and unclassified DNT, the government of India, under the chairmanship of Rajiv Kumar, that who is the deputy chairman of Niti Aayog, the government, the identification and classification committee for this time, and survey matter is hand over to Anthropological Survey of India. And according to my knowledge, still before the this corona pandemic, the Anthropological Survey of India completed 48 these unidentified and classified DNT survey, and they presented report to the community. Still they are working on them, but due to this corona pandemic, this is not possible for them. Then the movements are underway to set up the permanent national commission, which has been approved by the Niti Aayog. After the report submission to the Niti Aayog, Niti Aayog have given some important comments on the report of this commission. So 1 minute. The Niti Aayog also given support to the main recommendation of this commission is to set up the permanent national commission for the DNT, and the proposal is in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Then the Home Ministry is proposing to repeal the Habitual Offenders Act 1952. So this is also development on the development stage in the Ministry of Home Affairs. Then then the most of the recommendation, that is out of 20 recommendations, 12 recommendations are related to the development and welfare of these DNTs. So the government of India set up a permanent national development and welfare board for these DNTs under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, under the chairmanship of Dada Idate. So this is a good moment for us. Only out of 8 remaining recommendations, the Habitual Offenders Act is also will be repealed, the proposal in the Home Ministry. So again, in the history of this Indian the politics and socially of these DNTs, the government of India decided to carry out household survey of these communities across the country. So the Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri R. Subramaniam ji, released a letter on 18th August 2020 to the all state government UTs regarding to conduct a household domestic survey of the DNTs. And most important thing is the cost of survey will bear by the government of India. So many of states prepared proposals regarding the survey and submitted to the government of India. So these are some important decisions taken by the government of India after the submission of the recommendations by the Idate Commission. So after these decisions, there are some synthesizing of some development and welfare schemes for the DNTs. After the Idate Commission reported to the central governments, so still there is a huge fund in this budget session, 250 crore fund released by the government of India to the pre-matric Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar pre-matric scholarship for the DNTs, and the Nanaji Deshmukh hostel schemes have been actively launched with sufficient funds for the DNTs, which were implemented earlier but lacked funds. But now the fund is available for the schemes. Till today, central government used to provide the financial assistance only to the students of scheduled caste for the higher education studies in abroad. But now after the submission of Idate Commission's report, the government of India decided and allocated 6 seats to the DNTs, and funds have also become available for the abroad education. So this year in Union Budget 2020-22 include the following 5 schemes for these communities at the central level for the first time since independence: educational empowerment, then healthcare, then land and houses, skill development, etc. The schemes have been created. The important scheme is free coaching classes. The government is going to give the 9-month training for the UPSC in recognized institutions, and the government will pay 90,000 per student with a 6,000 stipend. Those who are living on rent and those who are attending these classes from home, 3,000. So also this newly established Development and Welfare Board proposed a educational empowerment scheme in which the board is proposed a CBSE based residential school for the DNTs. 20 crore funds will be allocated to these schools. This school will be based on Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, especially for the DNTs. Also, this board is proposed Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Yojana. There should be a separate DNT cell in the Ayushman Bharat and separate DNT cell in the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that is a PMAY. So these are some schemes ongoing and they are waiting for the launchings. According to my knowledge, everything is finished, the work is finished, and they are waiting for the launching. So these are the some schemes running in the government. Apart from this, some states have their separate department and reservation, like Maharashtra have a separate 11% reservation for the DNTs in the education and jobs. Maharashtra have a separate ministry from 1999, which was created by the BJP government under the leadership of Gopinath Munde. Now in Madhya Pradesh, there is a separate ministry, separate directorate, separate secretariat, and separate board. Also in Haryana, now the Haryana is a fast developing state regarding to the DNTs. So this state is taking number of decisions. Also there is board in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, and the good decisions will come in the Uttar Pradesh. So after these developments are happening, the IDATE commissions. So now I will move to the conclusion. After the IDATE commission submitted its a very scholarly report to the central government, a different atmosphere has been created across the country. Various universities are setting up nomadic study and research centers. Now in a previous few months earlier, Pune University decided to set up the nomadic study and research centers. So from in also Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University Aurangabad, there is also nomadic study centers. So number of students taking the benefits, doing the PhDs and MPhils from these universities. So various national and state level conferences going to be organized, seminars, various government agencies are also conducting the programs. Still the number of universities, today the number of universities are conducting the national and state level seminars regarding the issues of these DNTs. After the commission report, there is no record up to 65 denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic communities, particularly state in which they are live. A survey was started by the Anthropological Survey Institute, Government of India, through a subcommittee set up under the Niti Aayog. Also, Development and Welfare Board and corporations are being set up in the various states. It is seen that such various issues and schemes are being worked out 73 years after the now we are celebrating the 75th independence. The process of bringing this society into the mainstream is beginning to take a shape. So I think I have taken too much time, but this is a today's need to understand the latest commission, the recommendations of the latest commissions, the response by the various state governments, particularly by the central government, and what are the schemes are running and what schemes will become. So that was my view to present this paper in front of you, very scholarly persons. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Harji. You have
Thank you, sir.
very categorically outlined the recommendation of INATE Commission and also pointed out the ironies and contradictions which exist in the policy making and some of the your own observations which you shared with us, which can be helpful in future emancipation of DNT communities across the country. So with this note, I would like to request co-chair Professor Queenie Pradhan ma'am to share her observation and remarks on this paper.
Can we also invite questions and observations if there are any before I make my comment?
Sure,
can we have comments and questions? Anything that you may wish to say? I think few have been coming on the chats, appreciating the range of issues taken up and very informative session as already mentioned. Are there any questions? No?
No.
Okay. So I'll go ahead. It's been, I would like to congratulate Mr. Anil Devidas for making this presentation, which has been extremely informative. And what I like most being a student of social science and in particular of history is how he has drawn this connection between modern India, which is which is the colonial times, and in the post-colonial situation, where now what we are doing up today is what he has very well drawn up. And what thought comes to me after listening to his presentation is that somewhere we have lost the kind of mainstream integration of the tribes in a very big way. And of course, partly it happened with the coming of colonization and the way they looked at the itinerant population, in particular the nomadic and the semi-nomadic communities. So what is needed is a kind of multi-pronged approach where these communities need to be brought into our historical imagination. Somewhere they have been on the margins, and that marginalization continues even in the post-independent state. So how to bring about that? That is what he has discussed in great detail. And I hope these things work out, because the biggest challenge from what comes out repeatedly since morning sessions is the stigmatization. How to remove that stigmatization which is being associated with the denotified communities. And certainly, of course, when he was talking about the issue of freedom movement, that the resistance was initially by the tribal communities. And then later, of course, other mainstream politicians and leaders joined in. So their movement, their resistance, and that is why the state also became very hostile towards the itinerant population, because of the resistance shown by them, first by the tribal communities, the itinerants, and then of course later by the peasant communities. And slowly this colonial state started looking at them with suspicion, and they started hitting out against them, and a kind of a surveillance system started. And many of their in their heroism, their battles of resistance, stories of resistance like Sangoli Raina, though of course Rani Chennamma herself has not been so well known, but Sangoli Raina has just completely off late started coming into the historical imagination. He was not there earlier. So all those issues again have to be, because if we have to bring them into the mainstream, or they need to interact, even if not bringing, but for them to participate in the mainstream, we need to have them in our imagination. And the process of displacement, which has been going on since, particularly so in modern times, from colonization, needs to be stopped. So this is something which I would like to say, and I'm sure there are many things for all of us to chew over, to ponder over, and this is what we will be doing even tomorrow in tomorrow's session. Unless, of course, there is somebody from among the audience who would like to make a presentation, a short presentation, or would like to speak. Over to you, Dr. Rajnikant Pandey.
Okay. So do we have any other speaker by chance? They are present And as ma'am said, somebody who is interested in speaking something, their own observation on the presentation of Dr. Anil Phart and
What their experiences with regard to
their experience, yeah, they can share their own thought on the today's presentation.
I think Dinesh Rajbhar has also joined. Dinesh, he was also the speaker for the for this session.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we ask him to, if there are no further queries as of now?
Yes. So, Mr. Dinesh Rajbhar, if you are listening us, you may.
His paper is on, I think, denotified tribes in India.
Tribes in India, yes.
Dinesh Rajbhar,
And
are
there
you
is
there?
one Binayak Subhas Daskar and Sabina Singh.
I think they had some emergency emerging. Maybe
Okay.
they are not there,
Dinesh,
but maybe
yeah,
Dinesh is there. Could anybody check L'Oreal, Arya? Could you please check and let us know?
Yes, ma'am. Just a second.
Because I just saw his name. Maybe he's just joined. Just check if there. I think he's there, but some technical issues.
Dinesh P. Rajbhar is advocate in Supreme Court, New Delhi.
Yeah.
So he is with us, and I would
audio
like to
is-
request
yeah,
the
you can
permission
see
of
his
chair.
video.
Would like to present his paper.
Sir, you are permitting me for going ahead?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Sir, my topic is denotified tribes of India.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Yes. First of all, thanks to all the participants and organizers for organizing this denotified day. Today, 31st August, this is a very important day for the entire denotified communities. Because on this day, only the Criminal Tribes Act was repealed in the Indian Parliament in 1952. And hello, am I audible, everyone? Hello, hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes. Especially the issues pertaining to the denotified communities belongs to socio and legal. So far as our government is concerned, different state governments are doing good effort for their upliftment, as well as Government of India has already established a welfare and denotified board for the overlooking the issues across the country. But still, the main population of these communities are suffering from atrocities across the country. And denotified tribes communities are mostly neglected, underprivileged, and depressed class in compared to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes communities. Why they are most backward than the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes categories? This is the very important question before all the research scholars. You know, when the entire countrymen were fighting for the struggle and freedom of this country, there was a mutiny in 1857. This was the first struggle for this country, known as a first freedom struggle. And all the communities who had raised their hands, raised their voices against the British Empire, they had implicated in the special law that was known as Criminal Tribes Act 1871, City Act 1871. You know, this is very surprising. At that time, there was Indian Penal Code, IPC 1816 was there. But in spite of that penal law, they enacted a special law, Criminal Tribes Act 1871. Why? This is the very relevant question to the scholars of this country and to the government of this country. Why the Britishers passed a special law to control and manage to all these tribal groups, because they fought, they agitated against the British Empire. This was the mistake among us all the criminal tribes communities. And it was repealed after five years of the independence of this country. If you count the date, 15 August 1947, our country was independent. All the countrymen was free from all those restrictions of the our British law. And 26th January 1950, our constitution enacted, and everyone enjoyed their fundamental rights, legal rights, whatever given by our independent constitution. But the remaining section of this criminal tribes is still suffering from the Criminal Tribes Act. It was repealed in 31st August 1952, just after the 5 years lapse of our independence. That's why the government of India treated them as a mostly neglected communities and known as and called them as official denotified nomadic tribes. In Hindi, they are calling it Vimukta Jati or Vimukta Janjat. Their population is spreading throughout the country, like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, mostly state had their population. But only the Maharashtra state and certain South Indian states formulated certain policy for their welfare, for their upliftment. Like Maharashtra is the very good policy, who especially focused on the denotified type. They are treating them as a separate class, at par to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. They are giving entire facilities of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. But in state of Gujarat, in state of Uttar Pradesh, state government is issuing a separate list for denotified tribes, but they are not providing a separate facilities like a Maharashtra board. This is unfortunate of this section of this state denotified tribes communities. So far as government of India has constituted so many national commission. You know, first commission was the Iyengar Commission. It was established in 1949 and recommended to repeal the Criminal Tribes Act. The recommendation of the Iyengar Commission was accepted by the government of India, and they repealed the Criminal Tribes Act on 31st August. That's why we are celebrating 31st August as an Independence Day to the denotified tribe communities. Because 15 August was the relevant for the entire countryman, but so far as the criminal tribes or denotified tribes community, they availed this facility only on the 31st August 1952. Then this day, today, 31st August is very relevant and important for their rights, their constitutional rights. Now I am coming for the upliftment and what efforts done by the government of India. Government of India, after certain time, they constituted one national commission, which was known as the Realty Commission. Its recommendation was very important, but government of India did not care about all those recommendations. Even that central government did not put on the table of the parliament for the argument. Secondly, after certain time, government of India, again, this BJP government established one Dada Idate Commission. And Dada Idate Commission also recommended so many recommendations, but the government of India accepted certain recommendations and they established one national commission, one national welfare and development board for denotified nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes, where six members are there from the different states. This is the only caretaking body at the national level who is focusing for the upliftment and doing coordination from different state governments for the betterment of the denotified tribes communities. And why the government of India and different state governments treating them as a separate class. This is a very relevant because of what type of atrocities was committed by the British government. It was very surprising after reading from some comments from the very great personalities of this country, like M. Subbarao. If you listen in M. Subbarao, who was the ex-Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, and it was remarked on 1938. You will be very surprised about the statement given by the M. Subbarao. I am just referring for your kind information. Mr. Subbarao stated in 1938, there are laws which offend the conscience of the progressive India. Take for instances the Criminal Tribes Act, which disgraces our statute book. Now, second one was Mr. M.S. Annie. He was the governor of the Bihar state. He given a statement in 1939 when he was presided over the All India Criminal Tribes Conference. And there are so many national personalities like great social activist Thakkar Bappa. You know it very well. This is the he was the All India Harijan Sevak Sangh and Vice President of Bharati Adim Jati Sevak Sangh, remarked in 1939 about the operation of Criminal Tribes Act 1924. Then there are so many great leaders of this country, including Dr. K.M. Karju. He was the eminent jurist of this country, and he was the Ministry of Law at that time. What he remarked, for your kind information, just listen it. It is an insult to God and humanity to treat innocent children of criminal tribes as born criminals. Now, in 1936, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who was our first Prime Minister, given a speech in Nellore in Andhra Pradesh about the miserable condition of criminal tribes. And like this, Patabi Sitaramaiah, who are the freedom fighters, and as per the statement of Sitaramaiah, you after listening his statement, you will be surprised what he stated in their remarks. The tale of the suffering of the families and tribes classes as criminals, not because of misconduct or evil deeds done, but because of their birth, is a tale of wickedness. I have myself seen 20 and 30 members of the criminal tribes stretched irregularly all night and throughout the year on the bare earth, on stone and stubble, round about the police station, exposed to wind and weather, the covered over the dust and dirt. Why? Because the attendance taken by the police at 11 in the night and 3 in the morning may not result in the Hajri being recorded aright. If you fail to give a goat or foal, a couple of eggs, or some hard services to the policeman, there and then he pronounced upon you like a wolf on the fold. Next day, you are prosecuted for the absence from the home the previous night and for leaving station without leave, and sentenced in the first instances to 1 year, later to 3 years, and finally to 7. Cattle that are sold and bought in the market, wild animals that are hunted out of the village, worms that are trodden under the feet are not worse than treated than the criminal tribes. It was a statement given by our great freedom fighters about those criminal tribes to whom we are calling in independent India denotified tribes. You call in denotified communities, denotified nomadic tribes. There are certain tribes who are moving from one place to another places for their livelihood. They are moving for 6 months from one city to another. Then they are calling semi-nomadic tribes. There are certain tribes who are moving throughout the year. They are nomadic, but there are certain tribal communities who are settled down. they are residing at a permanent place, they are called denotified tribes. But actually, in independent India, as a citizens of this country, we cannot call them as a criminals. Why? If suppose this question is putting from the administrator of this country, politician of this country, why we can call them a criminals? This word was given by the British government to these communities because they agitated against the British Empire. They are not cheating to the common citizens of this country. They robbed to the British khajana. They robbed to the their weapons. They agitated against the British law and order because they want freedom. They want to make free of this country from the rules of the British Empire. But nowadays, so many state governments, like the state of Haryana, state of Uttar Pradesh, we have seen so many times the senior police officers called them criminal tribes. As a whole communities, you can't call them as an undignified word because this is totally against the Article 29 of the Constitution. Because you are going to attack on the dignity of those poor communities. For example, I am giving you, there are certain Sansi community in Haryana. If suppose certain people are doing some criminal activities in Haryana in certain part of the state, but when the administrative officers are calling to the entire communities, like a Sansi communities, this is not good for the entire country. You can't remark to the entire communities for the pretext of the certain criminals in that communities, because criminality may be done by any person, but you can't allege it to the entire communities. This is happening, and most important thing is that the government of India or a state government never try to find out the sacrificer who are the martyr of this country. If you can collect the evidence from the different states like Madras Presidency, Bombay, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, there are so many freedom fighters who sacrificed their life for the freedoms. This is on record, but government of India never tried to collect them, never tried to justify their sacrifice for this country. But some social activists and from the Welfare and Development Board, they are trying to collect, they want to convey the message to the entire country, don't treat them as a criminals in independent India, because they are the real freedom fighters. We should respect their new generation so that when our country would be in the danger from the foreign attacks, then this community may be raise their voices for the freedoms, for the protection for our culture, our society, and our nation. This is a request to all the scholars to find out the sacrifices of those our forefathers who sacrificed their life for the freedoms. Don't see entire community as a point of view of the criminal tribesman. For example, I can show you the mutiny of 10th May 1857. It was started from the Meerut. Meerut is a district of Uttar Pradesh. You know, when you are reading the history of the Meerut, you will read the name of the Mangal Pandey. You know who agitated first against the British Empire. It was the Dhan Singh Kotwal. He was the Dhan Singh Kotwal. He was a Gujjar communities. Gujjar is a denotified tribes communities from the Uttar Pradesh. In Delhi, you know there is a district court in Tis Hazari. This is a civil court. Why this name was given? because 30,000 people are hanged over on a single day. That's why this name was given the Sajari district court. This is the history of NCR. No one ready to find out what happened. And actual history was not written by our historians. This is the responsibility of the new generations, new scholars, new historians to write down the proper history, proper information to the coming generations. Thank you very much, all the organization and all the participants for giving me opportunity to share our views. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Dinesh P. Rajbharji, for highlighting some issues related with the DNTs and particularly in the urban context, and raising the question of rewriting of their history and the idea of including people while writing of their history. So I think our participants might be having some questions. So if they want, they may raise their hand, or they may ask questions one by one. Anyone? Anil Sukumaran. Somebody is written something. Okay.
Some comments and views, some issues, because this is a matter of, it's an important issue.
Yeah,
so if somebody wishes to say something or add on. As we can see, he has raised certain issues which have been being discussed in the academic circle also, and even outside in the political sphere as well as in the policy making. And I'm sure many of these things are going to be incorporated, because what has happened in the past has been that the indigenous communities have generally been seen, or especially the denotified communities have especially been seen as like museum relics, as if they had stayed stationary. The thing has changed for them. It's like they have been seen to be the fossils, the relics of the past. But it isn't like that, that they're not the relics of the past. They're very much living, breathing people. They have their own perspectives, and those perspectives need to be incorporated in the mainstream, which unfortunately has not been done. For some reason, it has been more of a top-down approach. Instead of they being partners in decision-making with regard to themselves, they have not been taken into decision-making. So this has been a cause of concern, and we cannot come up with any positive participatory approach unless we incorporate them into the decision-making and into policy-making. So with these few words, we again thank Mr. Rajbhar for coming and sharing his views on this platform. I'm sure all this will go in enabling more awareness about the denotified tribes in particular. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Anything? Yes. Yeah, I think we can wrap up this session if there are no further comments on this. And tomorrow's session information will be given. Arya and L'Oreal, would you like to wind up by mentioning about tomorrow's program? I think tomorrow's session will begin at 9:30 a.m. again. I think all of you have the schedule. And so
Madam, tomorrow at 9:30.
Right.
So I think I will take this opportunity to thank our respected chair, Professor Kini Pradhan ma'am, for so graciously organizing this session and putting some very interesting remarks on the presentation of the participants. So I think the participants must have enjoyed, and they must have taken some insightful informations which they may utilize in their future researches. So once again, I would like to extend thanks to all the participants and organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
all the
you.
participants.
Thank you so much.